Um, the I've shared with you some back and forth correspondence that I've had with Jim Sturgios of the Pioneer Institute. I generally don't get into skirmishes around differences of opinion, but because Mr. Sturgios published an open letter to me on his website, I did respond to it. That in turn generated a second letter to me, and I've since sent him a response, which I believe I shared with you last week. Does that sound familiar? Okay, good. Good. So just so that you're aware of some of the assertions that are being made and my response to those assertions, I think we're exactly on the right track. We have received a formal waiver from the United States Department of Education in regard to the plan that you passed this fall for developing that two-year transition plan to the PARCC assessment, including allowing some students, in an effort to not be double tested, to not take the MCAS this year, a limited number of students. So that's all information that I've shared with you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped right over Park. How could I do that? Sorry about that, Commissioner.
That's all right.
Item number 3, the update on Park.
Oh, yeah, right.
Are you a solo on this too? You
I
thought
am. I've been abandoned by my deputies and Bob Bickerton, who would have done this. I say that tongue in cheek. I think I've tried to keep you updated on the PARCC assessment. You've got in your binder behind tab 3 the press release we did and the list of schools that are participating in the field test, whether they're participating in paper mode or online mode. In virtually every case where a school is participating, it's a matter of a couple of classrooms. Depending on the size of the school, that could be as many as a half a dozen classrooms, in most cases, a couple of classrooms. In no case is a child participating in a field test in 2 subjects. Child's either participating in math or in English language arts. School districts, we gave certain parameters. Some of the participation in the field test is a kind of a small module of questions that a student participates in. In other cases, their participation in the field test is more extensive, around what are referred to as these performance-based tasks, assessments. Some school districts have the option to opt students out of taking the MCAS in that one subject where they're part of the field test. And so a number of districts have taken advantage of that opportunity. That the field test is headed toward 2 windows of assessment. The first one being in next month, in March, in roughly 4 weeks from now. We've got about 81,000 students. It's about 8% of our total school population, 15% of the tested grades who are actually participating in a field test. And we have tremendous interest. I mean, there's certainly, there are folks who have a predisposition that's negative about PARCC and don't want to see their PARCC succeed. And we have lots of people who I think are very intrigued about PARCC and are interested in figuring out what it's about and experiencing it and seeing if, in fact, it is an advancement over the current MCAS. We have one school district, in fact, actually 2 school districts, and Luis Rodriguez is here, and he can fill in if you have specific questions, that are going, that are very interested in being sites where we can get a better understanding of the technologic demands for giving the assessment online. So we have the Burlington School District and the Revere School District that are both going to administer in a variety with a variety of devices, a variety of bandwidth applications and so forth. And we're actually going to do a little study, do an analytic study to learn from what they figured out works, what doesn't work, so that we can provide guidance to all of the districts in the state as we move into next year and the year beyond about what it will take. I suspect there's a lot of misinformation. People assume certain things about what's needed, what's not needed, what will work, what won't work. So we're trying to make sure that the decisions that are made are based on good information, solid information through this process. Again, just to remind you, you voted on a two-year timeline for transitioning, kind of what I've characterized as a test drive. This year, this spring, I've been talking about the field test. A year from now, we will give districts an option of participating in PARCC or participating in MCAS, which will give us pretty substantial experience with PARCC, where we'll get information on how the scores on PARCC relate to the scores on MCAS. We'll be able to look at the metrics as we from one assessment system to the next. We'll be able to get feedback from districts as to how the PARCC assessment compares and get input from educators and bring back to you as the decision-making body in the fall of 2015 a recommendation as to whether we think PARCC has demonstrated its value add beyond the MCAS, and it's time to make that the state's assessment. The governor, in his budget proposal, has included extra dollars in the assessment line that would allow that double administering both PARCC and MCAS a year from this spring. So we're hopeful that that will remain in the budget as the legislature deals with this. But that's a quick overview, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to go into more detail on anything that the board would like.
Sure. So first a comment and then a question from me, and I'll look to see if others have some. On the comment, what I'm hearing from the field, and I think the department is hearing from the field, is that this is a very thoughtful two-year implementation plan. That being said, there's $5 million in a budget to do that. So is there help you need from this board to make sure that people understand that this isn't about additional testing? This is really about districts having the option to choose and to fully include the educators and administrators in the next generation of assessments.
Well, that's a great question. One of the things that I've tried to include in my comments to legislators is that in contrast to some other states where the transition in new standards and new assessments has been incredibly caustic, New York State being one of those, I think that we've tried to be much more thoughtful and deliberate about a multi-year transition plan that will give folks a chance to experience the new assessment and not simply have it dropped on them before making decisions about whether we are ready to sunset our legacy assessment. I think it's important as state board members, when you're in conversations, to point out that contrast in the approach that we've taken here compared to some of the other states. It is designed to be a more thoughtful approach that lets us get the input of the field and lets us get up to speed in a stage kind of manner. The MCAS this spring's administration of the MCAS is the 17th year of administering the same assessment. it's time for an upgrade. It's time for an overhaul. There's a lot that we've learned about how kids learn. There's a lot that we've learned about curriculum progressions that best serve kids. A lot that we've learned about expectations that young people will need to meet to be ready for the world after high school. And those are all incorporated in this new assessment development that we've designed.
Thank you. So I have one question, but if I heard you correctly, the context here is that this is an investment, not a cost, and it's an investment in transition. If you think about running a company, you would not make this kind of change without setting aside money, resources, and thoughtful implementers of the change.
I think that's exactly right, and it's a one-time. It's a one-time investment. It's an incremental investment for 1 year that will allow us to maintain 2 programs at once, offer districts the option of giving MCAS or of giving PARCC, not giving both. But the year after, unless things don't prove themselves, we should be back to a unitary administration across the state, and that investment has been made and is no longer needed.
Okay, thank you. So the other question I had was on the test that the 2 districts, Burlington and Revere, if I understand what you said, it's going to be looking at different devices and different bandwidths. Will there also be some, and I know Burlington's a largely online environment already, maybe Revere is, will there be some part of that little test that says, that correlates how much learning students did online with the online application of the test? And the reason I say that is because Harneen's not here, and I know she's concerned about students being disadvantaged if they're tested online, but yet they didn't learn the content and application of the content in an online mode, at least in part. That was a mouthful. Did it make any sense?
Yes.
I don't know if Luis wants to add anything to this. I mean, one of the things that the project's doing. Come on up, Luis. One of the pieces that the project, the multi-state project, is doing very specifically is looking at how the online environment impacts performance. So there's studies being done on that, some of which have to do with comparing paper and pencil administration with the online administration, because there is a paper and pencil option. So I'm not sure that I answered your question specifically, though.
Yeah, I think the point is most Burlington students have been learning online, so Burlington couldn't, parse their student body to do that specific assessment, but as part of the grander field test, they're planning to do that as part of the research.
And is Revere somewhat similar, Luis? I don't know
Somewhat.
Revere. Okay.
Maybe not as progressed as Burlington in terms of online learning, but definitely they have some.
Okay, I saw some hands up. Penny and Karen. So Penny, you go first.
I just wanted to get a better sense of what we will learn and what you'll be able to report to us, the board, as a result of this year's pilots.
Yeah, good question. So students are not going to get scores out of this year's field test. Schools will not get scores. I mean, this is not an assessment of students. It's an assessment of the test. It's really designed to give us the feedback that will let us know, is this a test that's accessible to students, that elicits the kind of responses we expected, or kids, do certain questions just sort of stump kids, they don't get it? Are some questions just way out of the ballpark for kids, just unreasonable? Are some questions just so easy that nobody has problems with it? And it's feedback to refine the assessment. What we'll get primarily from the field test, besides the refinement of the assessment, and we will get some statistics that we'll be able to work with. They won't be at the student or school level. What we'll get primarily is a better understanding of the logistics of the administration, administering online, and sort of gut level reactions from educators who participated, who administered, oversaw the administration in their schools.
But at the same time, other states are giving the test as their actual state test, so, or is that not true?
No, not this spring.
Okay.
Everybody, every state that's participating, it's about 14 or 15 states, everybody's in this field test kind of mode. It's still part of the development of the assessment. Yes.
So what they did in New York is they redid the regents, and they got ahead of it last year, but then it didn't work so well, because even though they tried to message a new test will have different results, it just sort of backfired. So Commissioner King's had his hands full with that. Karen?
I actually was pleased to see so many school districts and schools opting for the online, considering what we've been hearing about the lack of technology and the infrastructure for administering these tests. And so for those districts, unlike Burlington and Revere, where students are not used to taking online tests, do you know of any of the practices or preparations that have gone forth to get kids knowledgeable about taking these tests? You know, what are the procedures or things that have been going on to help kids be able to take these tests smoothly? I know we assume that all kids, you know, are just very facile at computers and so forth, but even when we're doing a pencil and paper test, we have to teach them how to fill in the blank and how to do certain things, and so I'm just wondering about that.
Sure, yeah, I think on the first comment, there are some practice items in the practice test. So that's out there. So a lot of districts that are participating in the field test are working with their students to expose them to the practice test. So the first time they're seeing some of these items is not the day of the field test. You know, I could say some districts I've seen actually have more formal programs where they're doing more digital literacy, and some districts don't have as much. So I definitely see that varied across the spectrum. I think the other piece to point out in terms of a lot of districts being ready to do the online assessment, this is just a field test, and it's a small sample of the number of students in a district. So while you may have enough bandwidth and enough devices to do 1 or 2 classrooms in a school, that's a little bit different when you're scaling the test across the whole school. So I think those are 2 things to keep in mind.
Yes, Ruth and David.
Should I direct my questions to Luis, or?
Sure.
Hi. I have several questions. First of all, you might have said this earlier, but what grades are being field tested?
So 3 through 8 are participating in the field test, and actually
as well as some high school grades.
some high school.
Okay. And so I was just looking at some districts I know, such as Brookline, and I see that there's a combination. Some schools are doing paper and some are online in the same district. So my question is that something, was that their choice? And, yeah.
Yeah, PARCC did random sampling to assign who would do paper-based and who would do online.
Oh,
so that was not a choice.
I see.
We did have provision if you were asked to do online and you didn't have the technology capacity, you were allowed to follow up with us and ask to not be chosen to do online. But districts were not given the opportunity to choose if they would prefer to do online or paper-based.
So when the results come back, say from one district like that, and I know it's not just Brookline, there are several that have a combination, will there be an analysis of the difference in scores of the online versus the paper, and then taking other variables into consideration, draw some conclusions from that? Is that the idea?
At a high level, yes. PARCC is planning to do that as part of the overall field test, not just specifically in Massachusetts.
But I mean, they'll look at a particular district that shows the 2 methods. Are they?
I mean, yes. I'm trying to get to, are you asking, are they going to look at how much time did student A spend learning online, kind of similar to
No, I guess my
traditional
question is, it seems like in any district, the schools aren't identical anyway, but it might be, you might see dramatic differences even in a district based on the method they used. And I think that's something that should be paid attention to, not just comparing all the schools that did paper versus all the schools that did online, but to focus it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing in-district comparisons if a district is taking a paper-based versus the online assessment. But as you mentioned, schools and student populations or district even different school to school within a district. So, but I can't speak to a lot of detail in terms of what specifically PARCC's bringing to the table. I just kind of know the higher level, sorry.
Okay. I don't know if you know, I have a few
Yeah.
more questions.
Yeah, I mean, the general design is to make the sample of students across the states, including within each state, but not at a school or district level, representative who take the paper version and representative who take the online version. So those kinds of comparisons can be made.
Another question I have, just to follow up on what Penny asked earlier, what we were looking for at the end, at the end of this year. Will there be any effort to take kind of specialized groups such as special ed kids and ELL kids and see, for example, how did they compare in their scores on PARCC versus MCAS?
So we will not, I don't know, I was going to say, I don't think we'll have the data to do that comparison to MCAS, although I don't know whether that's accurate or not. But certainly the issue of accommodations for special needs populations is very squarely part of what's being field tested in PARCC.
So I would just be concerned that if there's no way of actually knowing if there's some real dramatic or not so dramatic difference in the results for those populations. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and again, part of the reason for the recommendation of this 2-year stretch, right, and next year's administration is to have a complete set of information that we can make decisions on.
Okay. And I have had a chance to hear a little bit of input. I know the testing hasn't happened yet, but is it true that, from a teacher who I talked to, is it true that that with the online test, you can't scroll back? In other words, if you're reading something online, can you go back to the beginning of what you're reading, or not? Someone told me you can't.
From what I understand, yes, you can scroll up and down, similar to where you maybe flip a page in a paper-based assessment.
Okay, maybe that's not true. Okay, thank you.
Okay, David is next, Vanessa, and then Jim.
Thanks. Well, first of all, I've had most of my questions answered, so thanks for that. But, again, it's this issue in terms of readiness to move toward what we hope will be a totally online assessment. And so one thing I heard is that when a school that's in the online mode and is going to do this test online, it really will restrict access to other technology in the school during the testing time. That they really won't have the ability to have their kids do this test and do other instructional stuff with their computers. Is that another piece of misinformation, or is there some credence to that?
I think, again, that will vary by school, right? Schools that have a very robust infrastructure and enough devices may have the ability to do instruction during online assessments. Schools that have the minimum and have a minimum number of devices and or low bandwidth may not have that capability. Okay. So I think that varies school to school.
So it's possible, but not that, okay. So again, it raises the larger question then, how are we doing with the bond activity to level this field out? Because this is, even 2 years, even though we built in 2 years of time, this is wrought with possibilities of inequality if we don't move along on the technology infrastructure.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the only real secure funding source is the federal. That's the president's talked about it. I mean, that's pretty. The Federal Communications Commission has committed to it. So on the state level, the most promising is this IT bond bill. There's no new developments. It's passed the House. It's on the Senate side. I've communicated with Senator Joyce, who heads the bonding committee of on the Senate side. So I'm hopeful that will be passed soon. I would not make any predictions on that, but I've not heard that there's any issues with it. And
But we would see it as critical to the
Yep.
fulfilling this goal we have, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Vanessa?
If I
Oh, I'm sorry,
might,
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, yeah. There's also, among some of the candidates for treasurer, and I say that because among the responsibilities of the treasurer is to oversee the school building authority funds. There's a very, very high understanding of the need to put state dollars into technology upgrades. And I know that because I've had direct conversations with those candidates. So that's another potential source there, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yes, Vanessa?
Okay, thank you. I have a comment and a question. My comment is mostly around the commissioner's point that this is an assessment on the test, and it really is. So what we're trying to learn here is what the validity and reliability of each question in the test is about. So when we finally implement it into the field, we have strong, valid data and questions that are not biased and that will sway the results of the students in one way or the other. So I think this is a very thoughtful approach of taking 2 years in rolling out the testing of this test to really make sure that we have a strong instrument and tool to assess the performance of our students. I think Ruth's comments about comparing that with the MCAS would be ideal, but I think at this point that'd probably be premature considering the psychometrics of testing an assessment like this one. But that being said, my question is, when I looked at the list of schools, I wonder, were charter schools included? I think we talked about this last month, but I can't remember the answer. Were they included in the?
Yes,
Oh, they are?
yes.
Okay,
Yep.
very good, thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Jim, you had a question?
Well, I think this discussion and many of the discussions we had about PARCC, if the secretary were here, I think he would say this, so I say it's my comment, but I think it would be his as well. I think the commissioner and his staff have done a very good job in the weekly newsletters, answering questions about PARCC, trying to get good communications out about PARCC. But, the secretary through his travels, I'm sure many board members know that there's just a lot of misunderstanding and in some cases sometimes misinformation about this 2-year field test. If I had a nickel for every time someone said, oh, we've adopted PARCC already. No, we have not. We're doing a 2-year field test. Or, why should my child be held to a standard this year? Or, how's my kid going to graduate under this new exam? Obviously, it's not being administered as in the high schools. So, there's just so many misperceptions and misconceptions that is, I think, something that might be helpful that we haven't, to my understanding, we haven't done yet is sometimes people don't like FAQs, but I find FAQs to be very helpful, especially if you have the right cues in the FAQ. The department's website is a great resource, but unfortunately it has so much information that sometimes important information gets lost to lesser important information. So maybe if the department could do a short FAQ, of the 20 most relevant or most common questions about this, like is PARCC already been adopted, or will it impact high school graduation? Maybe this already exists, and if it is, I apologize, but the fact that I don't know about it maybe says something if it does already exist. But I really feel like this could do such, and then anytime there are inquiries to our office or to the department, we could just send people to the FAQ and probably 95% of questions would be answered. I think it could do a great service because I do feel that we're to some degree losing the communications battle here. As much information as the department is putting out, and they're putting out a ton of it, I still feel like it's not getting to the right places, and I really don't want you to have another round of letters back and forth with the Pioneer Institute, which you may have to do regardless of whether you do an FAQ, but that's,
Can't make that not happen.
it's something I think we need to tackle.
So if I might, Madam Chair, somebody once said, and I don't know who I attribute it to, that communication is 10% what's said, 90% what's heard. If I recall, in your binder last month, JC will correct me if I'm wrong, you had a variety of communication tools that we've, including an FAQ, that we've blanketed the state with. Every district's gotten it. We shared it with you. We're always looking for additional ways to get the word out. We've got a series of forums going on around the state. And it may be that we need to, we haven't got all the right questions in the FAQ that's out there. Maybe we need to update that, and that's fine too. So it's a challenge, and we're working on it. Again, if you go back to last month's binder, you've got those materials that have gone out across the state.
I think Ruth has another
Sorry,
question.
one more follow-up about the special ed population. I'm just wondering, I know we've talked so much about the equity issue regarding online resources in the schools, but when you have, if you have children who, say, I'll just, for example, with learning-based, language-based learning disabilities who are not learning online, I'll just use this as a hypothetical, that's not how they typically are being instructed, but then they actually would be compelled to take an online test. I'm just very concerned about that because that's not how they've been learning. I mean, that's true, that can be true of many students too, but I'm just particularly concerned about more vulnerable populations. So even though our push has been saying, well, everyone's got to get up to speed on online opportunities, but if that hasn't been the mode of learning all along, let alone the testing down the road, what's the answer to that?
No, I think that's a realistic concern, and I mean, I think a general rule of thumb on accommodations is you don't want a child to experience in a testing situation a learning modality that they're not experiencing in instructional situations. So I think that's very realistic. So there is a paper and pencil option. There's also, and there's kind of a counterpoint that I'm hearing from some special ed advocates who actually have a lot of hope that the online modality is friendlier to students with disabilities, that it allows for a range of accommodations, including speech-to-print communication, digital translation technology that is going to actually be very beneficial for students with disabilities. So it's something we're watching very closely.
I would like to make a request going forward that at some point, and it may be too premature in the next couple of months, I don't know, but that we, after the test is administered, that we hear specifically about how it's impacted certain special populations.
Good idea. Okay, I think we covered the landscape there, Commissioner. Thank you.
So that's a challenge for you. Similarly, in the international comparisons, we know those countries that are already ahead of Massachusetts are improving at a very fast rate, and there are other countries that are currently behind that are improving at a very fast rate that potentially could overtake Massachusetts going forward. So our overall conclusion here is if we're going to meet that objective that MBA set out, then we've got to think about doing things, accelerating progress further, making a significant further effort to improve.
So if Massachusetts is going to be first in the world, best in the world, it's got to be the global leader in educational achievement, including the equity of those outcomes among the population. So not just the average, but the distribution of that education achievement, and it's got to have people, students ready for the 21st century citizenship work and all of that. So that's the goal. And when Simon and I looked through the data and arrived at the gaps, we asked ourselves the question, over the long run, is what Massachusetts needs to do to keep doing more of the same, or does it need a completely different paradigm? Now, in a state board of education, you have to deal with the short term because that's your job, you have to deal with the medium term because that's your job, but if I recall times when I've worked in the sort of thick of changing a particular education system, it's hard sometimes to find the time to step out of the drive, all the pressures of the day-to-day and the medium term, and really think long-term. We had the privilege of doing that, and our answer to the question is, will more of the same achieve these goals? Is no, it won't. It needs a new paradigm of reform, a dramatically new and different approach, and we'll describe what that is over the next few minutes. But here's the thinking. There's quite a lot of knowledge in the world now about how to do educational change. There's a lot of knowledge about how to reform whole systems written about in books by Michael Fullan and other people like that. There's quite a lot of knowledge beginning to emerge about how to get innovation to work, either in other sectors or increasingly in education. And there's very significant knowledge also in how to do implementation, which is often neglected in large systems, whether it's education systems or other public systems. What we're arguing is somebody somewhere in the world in an education system will put these three things together. They'll take the knowledge of those three elements and they'll design a new system that reforms the whole system, builds on the evidence base. Massachusetts has done a good job of that over the last 20 years, but they'll take it forward. They'll design in the capacity to innovate, not just with an initiative here and an example there, but innovate in a way that the system learns from it and applies the successes of those innovations back into the system in a really effective way, and they'll get effective about implementation, something I've spent a lot of time working on, and that I know that Mitchell, Carrie, who's sitting behind us, and other people in the State Department here have really thought hard about. No system in the world yet does all of these three things. Why couldn't Massachusetts be the first one to put that combination together? And the guiding insight summarized in a couple of sentences that the whole report is based on is this one. You can mandate adequacy, but you can't mandate greatness. It has to be unleashed. You can imagine easily how to mandate adequacy. Public systems do this all the time. They set standards, they inspect against them, they check they're being achieved, they intervene where there's a problem. That happens in education systems, it happens in all kinds of public systems and government regulatory systems. But you can't mandate greatness. The English language won't even let you say the words, I mandate you to be great. It doesn't make sense. You can't imagine it. But what you can do with greatness, or to achieve greatness, is to put the conditions in place in which greatness emerges from something. And so the shift we're talking about here that we believe the state of Massachusetts needs to make is to shift from mandating adequacy to creating the circumstances in which greatness is unleashed. That is a sophisticated challenge. Again, systems are struggling with this all around the world to get that done. But that, we believe, is the thinking that is needed, and that's what underpins all of our recommendations. And as we go through the recommendations, it's worth thinking about them as a combination. They're all designed to enable greatness to be unleashed. So they go together, and as we go through them, we'll point out some of the connections between the recommendations.
Thanks, Michael. So in the report, we've now got 6 chapters that cover a number of different areas that we're going to talk about specific recommendations in. And the first of those is world-class standards, curriculum assessment and student pathways. And I think one thing that we were struck by in a number of our conversations for this work, but also in the results of the employer poll, was this finding that employers are looking for both the kind of core skills, real deep knowledge in those core subjects that they want to see, but also a broader range of attributes, competencies, knowledge and skills. And that's a common thing that we're seeing in education systems across the world. As this quote from the Prime Minister of Singapore shows, that's exactly the challenge that Singapore has faced over the last few years, where they already have very high standards in the core subjects, but they're trying to see how they can generate a broader range of skills, knowledge and capabilities. In terms of our specific recommendations here, we're very clear that the direction that you are on, the implementation of the new curriculum frameworks, is absolutely essential, and that seeing through that implementation over the next 2 to 3 years should absolutely be the top priority for the state. What goes with that is the implementation of the new assessments to support those curriculum frameworks, and we know that you've got plans in place to pilot and implement those new assessments over the next 2 to 3 years, and that's going to be a really important step in being able to measure and test and assess some of those wider knowledge, skills and capabilities that employers and others are saying that they want to see. If you take a slightly longer view though, 5 to 10 years out, we think that the potential future of assessment can go even further, and that there's opportunities in developing new forms of assessment that will enable even greater real-time feedback to be given to teachers and to students that can really change the way that classroom practice actually happens. And so, as well as implementing those new assessments and those new curriculum frameworks now, and that being the main priority, we think you need to be looking beyond the next 2 to 3 years, anticipating what that future might look like, investing in and developing and thinking about new forms of assessment, and also broader curriculum opportunities. We give the example of coding in the report as a way of developing some of those broader skills. We also say in the report that the kind of model and the everyday student experience will look very different in 10, 15 years' time, and that you need, again, as a state, to be thinking about and anticipating what that might look like, what a more student-centred learning experience might look like, with students taking more direct control over their own learning, with more personalised learning, with blended learning approaches. And that we know that there are already many districts and schools who are piloting and taking those approaches. What we're saying in the report is that we think you need to accelerate again here and learn the lessons from the implementation of those approaches and spread that across districts, across schools, so that we can learn what works, what is effective, and improve on what's going on. The final recommendation in this area relates back to the top talent gap that we identified in the challenges here, where we're saying that we do think you need a more explicit strategy aimed at addressing that top talent gap, and in particular thinking about how you can create a wider statewide network of opportunities for really stretching gifted and talented students and giving them a wider range of opportunities. Michael.
So, if you think about it like this, when the Common Core through the curriculum frameworks and assessment, the Massachusetts curriculum frameworks and assessment are implemented, we can think of that as the end of a 25-year phase of standards-based reform that began with the 1993 legislation and finishes somewhere around 2017-18. There will be a complete phase of standards-based reform in which Massachusetts is probably the leading exemplar in the country. It will have been extremely worthwhile. It will have raised the performance of the system to new levels. And we're saying after that, the unleashing greatness phase really needs to take over. And a lot of our recommendations from now on are describing what you need to put in place starting now, but will be coming through later in this decade and through the 2020s. One of the paradoxes of Massachusetts at the current time is on this slide, which is you give more flexibilities and freedoms to underperforming schools, the level 4 schools, than you do to the highly successful schools, which actually, when you step back and think, I can see why that's arisen as a policy, but it's actually paradoxical, because the people that are really going to lead the way into the future are more likely to be the other schools, and they should be given the same freedom and flexibilities as the level 4 schools, so that they can play their part not just in transforming their own schools but other schools around them. And so the future delivery system, we look ahead, and we're talking about extending those freedoms and flexibilities to all schools. In effect, every school in the state would have charter-like capacity. We see what are often called in the debate public schools and charter schools, both as publicly provided schools, both publicly funded, both serving the public. We think the charter cap should be lifted. We think at its simplest level, the job of a state education agency is to make sure there are more good schools and fewer bad schools, and this is how we suggest you go about bringing that about. And later on in the funding, we talk about devolving more funding to the school level. We'll talk about that then. But in the meantime, we also, in the second bullet point here, are talking about how to get effective practice in every classroom or school across the state. And here we think there's a need for what Michael Fullan calls lateral capacity building in the jargon, but connecting schools not just at the level of the principal, but at the level of the math curriculum or the science curriculum, so that teachers begin to learn systematically from each other within schools and between schools. So we strongly encourage the development of partnerships at school level, so more autonomous schools collaborating with each other to improve their performance. On the district issue, we had two strong views put to us. One was, it is crazy to have 300 and something districts in a state the size of Massachusetts, so can't you propose the reorganisation of them? The other view was, these districts have been around for several hundred years. Local control is deeply ingrained in the DNA of Massachusetts, and you're British, don't go around recommending abolishing these districts and reorganising them. So we didn't do either of those things. We took both pieces of advice, but we do think there's something to think about here, and that's something you could do about, and that needs to be done if you're going to create the kind of ecosystem that unleashes greatness. Remember, we're recommending you devolve more budget, more autonomy to the school level. That in itself requires district redesign. It's a different role after you've done that. Then there is the fact that there are many school districts, many of them small, and that has takes up resource that could otherwise be devolved. So what we suggest is that you at the state level think hard about running a competition and allocating some or tying some resource to that competition, where you say to the districts, you tell us how you would like to redesign yourselves, but there are some conditions for you entering the competition. One is you're clearly going to devolve the more funding to the schools, as we come to later. The second is there's a kind of population size, so if you're a lot of small districts, don't come one by one, join up together and come to us collaboratively. And thirdly, while you do that, have open enrolment among the district boundaries. So we propose a competition, and then they come to you and say, we could redesign our back offices like this and release resource for the front line, or we could redesign our school-facing role in these ways because we know they're more autonomous now. So we think that is a big potential lever that neither imposes a new order from top down nor leaves things as they are. And you could obviously think through which budget heads you tied to this and the precise rules for the competition. We also think, by the way, that DESE itself needs to think through how it reviews itself. I know Mitchell has been doing, and his team have been doing a lot of that over the last 3 to 4 years, but there's more that could be done, and this might be a good time, particularly as you made these changes in the system, to think through what the changes are needed at the state level as well, so that it becomes less of a regulator of adequacy and more of an unleasher of greatness. Simon.
Thanks, Michael. Next chapter focuses on teachers and leaders, and arguably is the most important chapter in the whole report, because we know that the contribution of teachers and leaders is what is really going to drive the next phase of improvement. We were very struck by the kind of Jal Mehta's work at the Harvard Graduate School of Education that talks about developing a new professionalism and how teachers can attain the same status as other professions such as law and medicine. And to do that, putting in place even better systems of training those teachers, the ongoing development of them, and the career progression and pathways and opportunities that they have to work across the system all become even more important. And so our recommendations in this area really build on some of the work that we know you as a state are already doing. We know that you've been putting in place plans to strengthen the teacher preparation programs across the state, and really our recommendation here is an encouragement to go further, faster, and be more radical in thinking about potential new models of delivering teacher preparation provision involving and engaging schools and districts in an even greater way. We're saying that we think you need to strengthen and reform the licensure and teacher tenure arrangements for teachers to set a very high bar after a certain period of teaching, to make sure that teachers who are progressing on through the profession have really demonstrated their competence and are able to make an impact on student achievement and learning, and that then we create roles and opportunities for teachers to progress beyond that. We give the example in the report of the work that's been going on in Lawrence to develop new roles for advanced and master teachers, and think that's something that other districts could be looking to also do and build on. We also talk in this chapter about what we call a new grand bargain between the state and teachers. And here we want to set out kind of what we think the state should be absolutely very clear about, and its offer to the teaching professions in terms of the funding that it is going to put into the public education system over the coming years, the expectations for remuneration for teachers, benchmark against other professions, opportunities for teachers to be able to be rewarded, to recognise the additional contribution that they make. And that then there's also expectations on what teachers would do for that, that they would have the opportunity, as we said, about moving further through the system, advanced and master roles, that there'd be an expectation that teachers that wanted to reach the top of the profession should be expected to spend time in the most challenging communities across the state, and schools in those communities. So this new grand bargain we see as a really attractive proposition for the teaching profession that really wants to think about what its role is going to be in this unleashing greatness phase. The final point here is about, we also think we identified a bit of a gap in the strategy currently about thinking about developing and systematically deploying principals and leaders across the system. And we think there are opportunities to make greater use of your most effective principals by working across more than one school and supporting other schools. And we talk about how you could do that in the report. Michael.
So now we come on to the innovation section, which builds on the previous three chapters, because the first chapter talks about changing the curriculum and moving from the current system forward in a way that would help unleash innovation. The second chapter talks about changing the way the system is organised to prevent the kind of governance and administrative barriers to innovation. And the third chapter that Simon just described talks about moving from what is still effectively a 20th century industrial model of collective bargaining to something different that would allow greater innovation. So the three previous chapters set the context. If you look at the history of technology in education, most people who look at that, including the technology people, are disappointed with the impact on student outcomes. They see great expenditure and rather limited impact on student outcomes. We've looked at quite a lot of evidence, including some of it produced by some of our close colleagues, at the evidence on this. And basically what the challenge is this: if you want a technology innovation to work, you have to do three things simultaneously. You have to introduce the technology and make sure it works really well. You have to think through what the implications are for how teachers teach, for pedagogy, and you have to think through how the system needs to change to make use of the technology and the new models of teaching. So to unleash innovation, you've got to think about technology, system change, and pedagogy all at once. This state should be about the best place on earth to put that combination together. You've got fantastic tech capacity in general. You've got some great experts on ed tech. You've got Mitch Resnick, for example, at MIT. You've got Tom Kane at Harvard. You've got some great ed tech startup companies. And then you've got a high-performing school system that is well-led on the whole and has some really good teachers in it. Massachusetts should be the leader in the world of putting technology, system change, and pedagogy together. And what we were surprised by in our consultations, actually, is how relatively little dialogue there was between the innovation and the tech community and the public education authorities. It's not that there was none, on the contrary, but it wasn't deep enough or significant enough, and all our recommendations in this area are designed to bring that dialogue together and enable Massachusetts to lead the world in this area. So first of all, anybody that's going to lead the world in 2030 needs to invest long-term in the technological infrastructure, so we recommend a bond that would upgrade the capacity of schools. Things like online assessments, online curriculum materials need high-quality tech infrastructure right across the state. Why shouldn't Massachusetts be leading the world in that way? Secondly, we say run an annual Massachusetts Accelerated Learning Challenge where you get EdTech, business, education people, foundations, whatever, in combination to put proposals together using the three corners of the triangle I described, technology, system change and pedagogy, to solve some of the problems we outlined in the 6 gaps. Run that as a visible competition annually to get solutions from within the system to build the partnerships between the areas that need to collaborate to bring about this innovation, and use that to generate systemic innovation. Some, of course, will fail, but some will succeed. And then thirdly, we don't think Massachusetts needs more bureaucracies or agencies. So we're talking about a light touch innovation collaborative that is an organization, a kind of network of venture capital, EdTech capacity and public education capacity that would oversee the Massachusetts Accelerated Learning Challenge, that would govern that and would bring about the dialogue about how to change the system in the way that we're describing. So we see this as a huge opportunity for Massachusetts.
This is the last but one chapter, and really comes back to the kind of achievement and opportunity gaps that we were addressing earlier on in the report. And I guess our starting message here is that other international systems show that there's no inevitable trade-off between achieving equity and excellence, and that absolutely should be your aim if you're aiming to be one of those top-performing systems in the world. Our focus in this report was predominantly on K-12, but one of the things we were most struck by in the consultations were the number of people that were saying to us that a greater focus on and investment in pre-K education should be a bigger part of Massachusetts' next journey, and therefore we do think that is a definite kind of step that you should be taking, in particular in the early phase, in focusing that investment on low-income students. We also talk in the report about the challenges both in school and out of school of trying to address some of these achievement and opportunity gaps. We talk about personal opportunity plans, which the Shop Foundation has recommended for students that fall behind, that can be clear about how any additional investment that's going into the schools can be used to support those students both in school and out of school, about using extended learning time to support students that are falling behind, and about developing a market for high quality after school provision to take advantage of those opportunities at the end of the school day. We know you've been doing a lot of work also in this area to build school and community partnerships. The Wraparound Zone initiative has been taking place as part of the Race to the Top proposals. We're saying here that it's important that you learn the lessons from that to build on the success and to roll that out, and if that has proven to be effective. And also, as Linda referred to earlier in the report, the opportunities for developing stronger school partnerships with businesses and higher education, building on again the effective practices that have been shown to work there and expanding them across the state.
I think the fact that my voice is fading out is probably a good sign that it's time to conclude this. So this is the last section that I've got to talk about, and then we really look forward to your questions and debate and discussion of this. In 1993, there was a big rethink of the funding system in this state that had major benefits over the next 20 years, right through to now, where the state rethought how it allocated funding in order to focus on achieving greater equity and rationality. And we're arguing in the funding chapter that that kind of rethink a generation later is needed again. So what do we set out? Well, first of all, we set out several principles, but the first one I want to emphasize is think of the funding that is allocated by yourselves or the legislature as money for the students. And the starting point is that money should be spent as close to the students as possible. And anything that isn't spent close to the students, is spent on a district bureaucracy or a state level bureaucracy or whatever it might be, needs to be explicitly justified. There are justifications for some of those things, but the starting point is the money's for the student, and then you work back, rather than we allocate the money out from the state and we hope that eventually some of it gets to the student. It's a mindset shift. We think that the funding that you devolve from the state level out to the schools is devolved on a weighted student funding formula. That's been important. But sometimes people tell us that at district level, the money doesn't get devolved again to the school level or right through to the students in a way that is transparent and clear and goes to the students that it was originally intended for. So we think that's important. We think, and we know in a combative political climate that you have in the US and indeed we have in the UK, these things are sometimes difficult. But when we look at systems that improve, they often allocate funding as well as strategy consistently over a long period of time. Actually, Massachusetts did pretty well on this over the last 20 years. But we think setting budgets for 2 to 3 years out so that schools with a devolved budget can see where they're going to go would be really helpful, and that sometimes actually consistency of funding over a period is more important than possibly a marginal gain in 1 year followed by a dip the following year. So consistency and steadiness would help schools plan and be effective, and that might be more important than jumps and variation, and would be more effective. And finally, we argue that we don't expect the citizens in Massachusetts to be different from anywhere else in the world in the current era and be clamouring to pay more tax. But we think there will be continued pressure on public systems to justify their expenditure. We think it's important that Massachusetts leads the way in demonstrating that the tax dollars it allocates get spent well, and we set out a process by which at district level you could do a productivity review. We think once you got that process going, it would provide huge insight into the effectiveness of expenditure, the effectiveness of policy, and the delivery of outcomes. And we go into some detail as to how we think you could do that. We think that if you did do that, it would make the job of convincing citizens to invest in the education system that much more effective, because they'd know that when they did spend their taxes on the education system, you could demonstrate that it was spent well. And that just leads me to a concluding slide and a few words just to finish off. Remember that these things go together in combination, as I said, so the devolved budgets with the devolution of power and responsibility to schools, with the way in which we're proposing to redesign the teaching profession. It's the whole system, it's systemic innovation, it's effective implementation. We think Massachusetts could be the first to put all that together. We're really impressed that this is a state that is doing well but is not satisfied. We think you've got a huge opportunity to lead the US, potentially to lead the world, but the most important reason for doing these things is neither of those things. It's that if you did do them, you would meet the needs and aspirations of the students, of the business leaders, and of the citizens, and indeed the educators of this great state. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. That was terrific. Okay, well, now I'm going to look around and look for questions, and while people are coming up with them, if I don't see any hands, I'll ask one. Oh, Daniel, you go first.
All right. First off, I just want to say this was an absolutely wonderful presentation. It was engaging all the way through, and I couldn't agree more with what has been stated so far. But just something that I didn't hear too much on, I was just wondering if your full report covers anything pertaining to financial literacy, just because I know from my experience in high school, we haven't really learned how to necessarily take out a loan or write a paycheck, so I was just wondering if you touched on that at all.
The simple answer is no, not directly. But I think where there are interesting lessons are in some of the partnerships we talked about potentially between businesses and schools. I think we've seen other examples internationally about where that has really helped to develop students' financial literacy. You've obviously got some fantastic employers in the state who could help to do that and work with schools to do that, and are already doing those things. So that's where I think you'd be looking to develop that.
Just wants to comment and thank you for your praise for the.
Far be it for me to tell Simon and Michael what's in their report, but the truth is, if you read the chapter on closing the opportunity gap, that the kind of life skills that you're talking about, are part of the solution to closing that gap. I mean, the opportunity gap is that some kids, whose parents aren't able to convey these skills to them, don't know how to open a checking account, don't know how to navigate the things that well-off families naturally teach their kids. There is not a lot of detail, that's certainly true, but certainly one of the aspirations of the report is to create circumstances in the schools where the deficits, the life skills that some families don't do a good job of imparting to their kids still get imparted.
Thank you.
All right, Vanessa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you very much for this presentation. It has a lot of interesting facts. I found it very, very interesting. And at the same time, I just browsed really quickly through the full report, and on the preface of the report, it talks about 6 C's that are character, citizenship, communication, critical thinking and problem solving, collaboration, and lastly, creativity and imagination. So it's a little bit confusing to me to hear the summary of what business executives and employers are talking about in terms of the skills that are needed and all these other C's that are critical for success in life. So I would like you to talk a little bit about that. But before we get into that, I have to say that while I understand completely the fundamental notion and philosophical framework of the report in terms of achieving greatness, I also have to say that if something Massachusetts is not, is complacent. I believe I've been in this board for 4 years, and just in the past year alone, the amount of initiatives, of policies, of changes that the system and the state is undergoing is amazing, and sometimes at a pace that is so fast that I can't keep track of. So I do appreciate and I understand that there's so much more to do, and that we cannot stay where we at and feel comfortable in our little niche. But certainly, I don't believe the state is complacent, and one of the things that has made the state great, whether we agree or disagree with it, is the level of accountability that the state has put into districts and schools to keep people, up to certain standards. And I feel that in many ways, the report is kind of arguing away from that in many ways. And lastly, I would say that, and that's why my question earlier about who were the employers and what industries, because I think in many ways the report is biased in terms of who answered the questions and who was polled. I'm not sure if the trades and the industries in that area were polled, nonprofits, healthcare. So I think those are important industries and employers to shed light on what are the skills that are needed. And my last question is, if business executives have, these great opinions, which I agree with many of them, are they also willing, based on the funding, are they also willing to pay higher taxes to be able to put the bill? Because we would need resources to unleash greatness.
So, Vanessa, thank you very much for this comprehensive set of thoughts about the report and what we've said. I really appreciate them. And I'll start, and then I'm going to hand over to some of them, which I think are more appropriate for either Henry or Linda to answer. Let me start on the complacency point. We're not saying that you or the policy leadership of Massachusetts is complacent, but I guess you hear this, there's quite a lot of people out there who wish you'd stop doing all those things and slow down, and aren't we really rather good, and couldn't we just have a quiet life for a little while? That's the complaint. We heard that from the field, not all of it by any means, but there was a significant body of opinion that had that view. But we're not saying that about you or anybody in this room, or indeed some of the other leaders. And indeed, I mentioned earlier on that it is a great thing that Massachusetts is performing well and isn't satisfied with where it is. So I think we're in agreement about that, and our proposals are designed anyway to build on what you're achieved, to build on the progress you're already making, rather than to suggest that there's a complacency in the way the leadership is thinking. Secondly, I just wanted to comment on the 6 C's. They're from Michael Fullen's work. He's one of our collaborators. to me, those 6 C's are what the employers are asking for. They do want creativity. They do want confidence. They do want students who have that set of attributes. And they want the school system to generate not just knowledge and skill, not just outcomes in the STEM subject, but young people who have those kinds of attributes, can collaborate, can be creative, and make the kind of contribution that is implied. So, in fact, one of the things I think that's truly wonderful about the 21st century, not just in Massachusetts, is that those who believe in a kind of liberal with a small l in the philosophical sense, a liberal education, and those who believe in education for employability, suddenly they overlap. That wasn't true 50 years ago. The one pulled one way and the other pulled the other way in the industrial economy. That's not true anymore. So this is a huge opportunity. I think the other questions about the survey, which is not in this report but is separate, and about the whether employers will be willing to pay more taxes are probably not for me but for Henry.
Okay. Well, Linda, do you want to talk to us?
I think that Michael is absolutely right, that there's no dichotomy between what we heard from employers and the 6 C's from Michael Fullen. I'm not sure whether you were referring to the poll as being biased or to the report, but I would say that both are, if they have any bias, it's on the side of giving students the chance to be successful in their lives. And having a job is part of that. It's part of mainstream society, and giving everybody access to that, which now is not happening. So, we're not presenting our poll as, the business community is not monolithic, and we're not saying that the poll is scientific, but we're basically saying that it's informative. And we did, in fact, include construction and all kinds of industries that hire across the board. Did we get as many as you might want us to? I don't know. But the point is that I think that it's valid information. It supports all the anecdotes we've heard. It's something that, people can choose to pay attention to or not. But basically, we're paying attention to it.
And I appreciate that. I think when it comes to student outcomes and achievement, I think we're all on the same page. Certainly in this room, and so many people out there as well who are really looking for the best interest of our students. And we all know that very well. So I was not referring to that particularly, but really to the different perspective that different type of employers will bring to this kind of conversation based on the skills that they were looking for in their own industry. So that's what I meant. But
and if I could just say, I don't think it matters what industry. I think we're hearing the same thing about skills, about critical thinking, about applying knowledge, about in every single
And I think those
job.
are definitely skills that we all agree that are important for success in life and in career. And within that, I think there would be potentially differences when you dig deeper into different industries based on what the needs are of that industry. That's all my point. But I have a last question about the report. You obviously mentioned 6 gaps that I also think are, true gaps: the employability, knowledge, achievement, opportunity, global, and top talent. And in the report, you only devoted a chapter to the opportunity gap and not the other 5. I think there might be meshed in throughout the report, but was there a reason for that?
We'll come back to you on the taxes. Yes, so just want to comment on your points about the industries. I mean, one of the things that we quoted the Singapore Prime Minister, they are consciously redesigning their education system. For the first time, they've been through 4 redesigns since 1965, and the new one is basically saying, we have no idea what employability will mean in 2030. All the previous transformations, we had a good idea of what it would be like 10 or 15 years out, and we designed the education system to do that, and we did it really, but now we don't even know. We have no clue what employability will mean. And so you couldn't, it would be very, very unwise, and I think that your point is valid in the sense that to build an education system for the industries we know about today, because many of them won't be there. And so it's these common attributes that are in the 6 C's and that Linda was talking about in the survey. They're going to be the things that employers need, because they need people who can learn through life, can be adaptable, and can be prepared for the very, very radical changes we will see over a 20-year period. And you go 20 years back, the internet had only just been invented, and you think of that transformation, that's going to happen again, except faster now with all the bioscience and other things that will completely change the world we're in by the time Daniel is one of the state's leaders, for example. So that's point I want to make first. The second thing is the opportunity gap is addressed by the whole report, by the way the curriculum is set out, by other things, but it specifically got a chapter on it as well. So we're not saying that's all that matters about that. It runs right through the report, but we did a particular chapter on that. So I don't think it got less attention; it got more.
Let's talk about the T word. There are undoubtedly, Linda said a moment ago, business leaders, are not monolithic. There are undoubtedly business leaders who are just congenitally allergic to the notion of increasing taxes. But I don't think that represents the majority view. I think if you took the typical business leader in this state, you would be able to persuade that individual of a couple of things. First, this is really important. We're not best blessed with great mineral resources or amber waves of grain. We don't have a climate that attracts millions of tourists to our shores every year. The only natural resource we have in Massachusetts, and the most important natural resource for businesses in Massachusetts, are smart and well-educated people. And I don't doubt that most business leaders will say, it's very important to have that, and you can't get that for free. And so we need taxes to pay for that. But what I think they would say is a couple of things in addition, is to say, we're willing to pay for what works, for what has been shown to be work. If you can make the business case for us. Businesses invest money all the time when they think it's a good value proposition. So part of the task is to persuade businesses that we have a good value proposition, and also that it's going to be the money that is raised is going to be allocated and spent transparently. And those are two of the major components of the Bright Lines report. And I think that's the response you're going to get from businesses. I mean, businesses are willing to pay because you have to pay if you want something. And I think this is what business really wants.
So I'll follow with a sort of a funding question, and I couldn't scan that chapter fast enough. So I'm sure you found the Commonwealth interesting, 367 districts, and you did realize that just saying we should be one really wasn't going to work. We still have to spin it 367 ways. But the whole issue of getting the money closer to the student makes great common sense. One of the inhibitors, and I'm not a negative person, but one of the inhibitors is basic trust that the school will use the money correctly and not, that they'll actually get it, both some of the things they need to comply with and that the tone of the education would change. So I just wanted to say, what are your thoughts of that? And let me couple it with, we want to reward success. Well, part of the reason the funding is done this way is because we need to focus more money where we're more challenged. So a lot of our suburban districts are already successful. If you reward more success, are you taking away from those that have just at 50,000 feet, I'm not disagreeing, I'm asking for further explanation of both of those recommendations.
So just on the last point, right, I mean, we are talking about, are there incentives you could build into the system that would recognise and reward successful performance across all districts? But I think we're absolutely clear that we still want to see this weighted funding distributed according to need. And in fact, we're pushing further to say that's clearly been in place from the state down to the district level. But has it then gone down to the school level? Have we actually seen that distributed weighted actually going into the schools really to address the needs of the individual students? Clearly it has in some areas, but we're asking the question, could you go further with that? I think your first point about the the link between giving the funding to the schools and the accountability, there's a slight chicken and egg nature to the situation. But at the moment, what the challenge back from schools could well be, if we don't have control of the budgets, how can you hold us to account for the outcomes? And therefore, we're saying that if we're giving you the responsibility for spending your money, you're making the decisions about hiring staff, what to do with that funding, then absolutely we will hold you to account for the results that you're going to be delivering, and that's part of the bargain between the state and the individual schools for the funding that they're receiving.
So just a follow-up on that, because you did mention Lawrence, and I think many of us think that's a great example of a place that took money out of the district and redistributed it. But again, there has to be, there's value in economies of scale by having district staff, and there's values in having the money at the school level. So it's the balance, I think, that's always difficult. And I think where we've become imbalanced in some districts is where we have capacity that's redundant, and I guess we all know this, but going back to really skinnying down central office is not an easy task, and so just some additional thinking there.
So just two comments here. One, this is very much why we talked about a district redesign competition, because we were looking for new ideas and new ways and new incentives to get districts thinking in a different way about how they might organise themselves, relate to each other, and relate to schools. We were impressed by what we heard and knew about what was taking place in Lawrence. There are clearly other districts who've thought differently about their role across the state. So can we learn the lessons from those, but also can we come up with some new ideas, some new models? And that was what we were hoping that the redesign competition could really try and drive through the system.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, Penn, go ahead, did you want to say?
I was just going to on rewarding success, when we talk about that, we're not talking just about rewarding absolute success, but progress. So that should reinforce the redistributive nature, not as you were worrying about. That's certainly not what we're recommending.
I was setting you up to give the right answers, Michael. So.
Did we get there?
Yeah.
I have so many questions, but I won't give them to you all at once because I think it's unfair. But I want to first of all emphasize that I agree with your last statement, that I think that any reward for success should go on the basis of student growth rather than student achievement. Otherwise, we are rewarding wealth instead of success. I see a slight discrepancy between the race to get as good on international test scores as certain other countries and the intent to look at other things beyond the math, science, and ELA scores. So, and I don't want to ask for more assessment. But have you thought about ways in which progress toward this broader curriculum should be tracked, shall I say? That's one question. And I guess I'll just throw out another question, because even though I said I wouldn't ask all my questions, I think I get at least two. Very many of the recommendations in this report require legislation. Have you thought in outlining these suggestions about which of them are things that this board could do something about versus those which you'll need to get a much broader interest group behind to see them move forward?
Simon's going to start, and then on your second question, we'll come to Henry.
Thanks very much for the questions, Penny. Really good questions. I think one comment just on the first is that I think it is a good debate for the state to be having about that balance between wanting to be top of the international league tables and developing these broader range of skills. And I think that is a debate that you should be having and thinking about. In terms of kind of being able to know how you're making progress in those other areas and developing that broader range of skills, this is where I think we talk in the report about the the kind of assessment revolution that we see potentially coming in the next 5 to 10 years, the ability of new online assessment systems being able to measure and judge students' abilities in a broader range of areas than they're currently able to, I think offers opportunities for really trying to kind of deepen the learning and engagement in those areas, and to get that kind of feedback on whether students are learning in the way that you want them to do, to adjust your teaching, to enable them to kind of make that progress, and to do that in areas not just linked to the core subjects. So I think that is the kind of potential that we see in the assessment revolution, and why we're saying you as a state should be thinking about how you get ahead of that and really prepare for it coming.
I just want to add a thought on the potential dichotomy that you raised, and that Simon has commented on. So this is guesswork. So it's not certainly one of the risks, and we use this quote in the imaginary piece at the beginning. One of the risks in the education debate is that, as we put it, the road to hell is paved with false dichotomies, and when I look at the inspection data in England, we have a independent school inspection system. The schools that do best on academic performance tend, not always, but tend to be the ones that are best at all the other things. They create a school community, and many of the things in the 6 C's are learned not in teaching and learning, but in the way the school as a community operates, the interactions between adults and students, the learning that happens in the school as a community as well as in the classroom. And I would guess that these two things are going to go together over time rather than pull apart, but there may be a tension there, and that's not a research finding. Let me hand over to Henry on your question about legislation.
You're right. There is sort of how to implement this. This really is a question that goes to some of our next steps. One of the things we plan to do over the next several months is sit down with the proposals, the things that we would love to see implemented, and hope to present to the new governor and new legislature after the first of the year. And kind of unlike the 93 reform, which was almost entirely legislative, you're right. I mean, in part because of the 93 legislation, the Department of Education, the Board of Education has regulatory authority. The governor may have authority. And one of the things that we are going to undertake is come up with a detailed plan on how this can be implemented, and I expect it will include a combination of new legislation, possibly regulations to propose to the Department of Education. There may be some things that the governor can accomplish by executive order, by stepping into the bully pulpit. There may be things that can be private, that can be the subject of private initiatives. I mean, we have all of those things are, from my perspective, on the table, and I expect that what we'll propose after the first of the year will be a combination of all of the above.
Actually, the first thing we're going to do, with Henry's help, is analyze exactly what you said, analyze the current statute and current regulation to identify what authorities already exist and just need a change of culture or a change of mindset or administration.
One
little
more and
follow-up.
then Penny.
Oh, no, just one little follow-up. Simon, I don't think we have to wait for a new assessment capacity to measure some of these things. I really think some of these things are very amenable to a portfolio. Has the kid been involved in theater? What kind of work experiences has he had, and what's the feedback been, and other things like that. I just wanted to make that statement.
I'd agree with that completely, and just one other, the link to the personal opportunity plans there of kind of setting out that range of opportunities, I think is potentially powerful.
Harnina's next.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and presenting to us this evening. This is my first time reading any of this, so I'm just trying to absorb it and kind of understand the different components. And I understand that you're calling for a shift, a paradigm shift, really looking at the long term and figuring out. But it seems like a number of the ideas you're raising, charter schools, extended day, extending turnaround flexibilities, have had mixed results in the state from where I sit. So they're not necessarily paradigm shift that are going to necessarily lead in the direction I think you're trying to go or you're proposing. So I'm just curious about that. And my other question is, I think the role of a strong district is one way of ensuring equity in systems. And so as you think about this school redesign, or district redesign, I should say, I'm just wondering, you know, I know you have a quote in here about equity and excellence don't need to be mutually exclusive, I think. Yeah, trade-off is not inevitable. I'm just curious how you envision that and kind of, because that's a big issue around, you know, kind of looking at some of these systems and how they've been able to manage issues of equity and resources. You know, I mean, some districts in Massachusetts, like Boston, does have weighted school funding formula at the state, at the school level. So there have been attempts to try to deal, you know, look at that and implement that down low. So just curious about that piece, both those pieces.
Let me start and then hand to Simon. Well, these are profound questions at the heart of the report, and I really appreciate them. The first thing to say is, if Massachusetts sets out, as we hope it will, but it's obviously your decision, to be the best in the world, simply on PISA, leave aside our broader definition of that, you would have to have greater equity in your education outcomes. That's the only way you can get there. You'd have to raise performance at the top, but in the end, it's the distribution around the average that holds Massachusetts back from being absolutely the top performer. You're competing with Pacific Asian systems where the fundamental view of society is that effort is what gets you to the top, whereas in this country and mine, we think, lots of us anyway, it's embedded in the psyche, cultural psyche, that students are either born bright or they're not, or born in the English word, or smart in the American word, or not, and then the school system sorts them out. That's still a deeply held view in our societies. But in the Asian societies, they're saying effort's what gets you there, and that means they are more likely not to give up when things get tough. The smart students don't think, I'm smart, I don't need to work hard. Everybody works harder. The parental pressure is greater. So if you're going to be best in the world, you've got to get greater equity into the system. You've got to have a system that within the system and beyond the system believes that every student really believes that every student can achieve high standards. We're with you all the way on that. And when we look at the funding formulas, yes, we're really arguing that the weighting needs to not just go from state to district, but from district to school and school to student, if it's really going to drive equity, and then be within a system that gives schools lots of autonomy, but also holds them to account for progress in the way that Penny was describing, as well as absolute achievement. On the first point you made, there are, as I emphasised while we were presenting it, these are things that we think need to be seen in combination. So we're not suggesting picking and choosing between initiatives. We don't say that you have to do all of the things in our report, but we do think the sort of fundamental premise of devolving to schools, getting them to learn from each other, holding them to account, redesigning the districts, distributing the funding more fairly, transforming the teaching profession in a dramatic way. These are the things that will build the quality of the system. And actually students do need to spend more time learning, whether it's through extended day opportunities or through hybrid learning opportunities where you spend some time in school and more time learning at home, but students will have to spend more time learning. And by the way, we don't put this in the report, but you have a relatively short school year in the US as well, and you pay a price for that. Do you want to add?
Just one quick addition. The point about districts and their role in kind of promoting equity, I think we'd strongly agree with, and is a really important principle in any kind of redesign competition. I think the challenge we put in there is, would they be better able to, or would some districts be better able to do that by collaborating with others? We talk about the importance of school-to-school partnerships in really kind of learning what works and being more effective. That can be difficult for very small districts to achieve if they've only got one high school, for example. So getting districts collaborating together through that competition with a real focus on equity and improving outcomes, I think could be really powerful.
Yes, James.
Madam Chair, you put a lot of emphasis in your report on
out-of-school time and learning, as you just put it, learning during those out-of-school moments. So it appears that you're really talking about a broader collaboration than just schools and businesses. It appears that you're also talking about a collaboration with nonprofit organizations that support children in the out-of-school hours. So have you seen any good examples of those kinds of collaborations that have helped children to be successful so that you broaden the equity?
Absolutely. We're certainly talking about the broader partnership that you described, Simon.
I think the report gives an example of City Connect's program in the state currently operating, which we thought provided a really good model and example. You're right about the premise here that we do talk a lot in that chapter, not just about the partnerships between schools and businesses and higher education, but schools and the wider community and other organisations that can play a role in kind of trying to challenge that opportunity gap. It's part of what we've argued the personal opportunity plan ought to cover and set out is where the in-school opportunities, the additional in-school opportunities that are going to be provided, but also the potential out-of-school opportunities. It's why we've been supportive of the extended learning time, because it might give opportunities within the school, but for additional activities that are not part of the typical school day. So there's quite a lot in that chapter, I think, about that broader range of partnerships that you're talking about.
I'll read it with tremendous interest.
David, did you have a question?
I found that the longer I wait, the fewer questions I have to ask, and I appreciate because mine is.
Should I warn them that you're a former superintendent,
you know,
former teacher?
Well, they're going to know soon enough. So, so it's a question of balance, and I think, and it just follows up. I have really two questions, and it concerns the issue of balance. So, the first one has to do with the historic purpose of school to develop good citizens, and it's a mission we spent a good time with last month here at the board, talking about this, about do we have appropriate balance. Now, at first glance, and I haven't read the report, and it certainly seems very provocative and thoughtful and well done. At first glance, it looks like citizenship may be one of 6 things that employers think would be useful for them. To what extent do you view a mission of a school where citizenship has a much larger piece of what the mission of schools should be, other than to be a piece of what an employer wants? And where's the balance? I don't see it in here, so I might, and again, I haven't read it yet. So, particular question to the report, larger question to you in terms of redesigning the purposes of schools. Does this report give sufficient emphasis to that question in a larger sense?
Well, first of all, there's a kind of implication in your question that you believe that a major fundamental task of a school system is to prepare students for informed citizenship, regardless of whether employers like it or not.
Yeah, right.
And we totally agree.
Yeah. Where does it say that?
It says it in various places, but and indeed in our PowerPoint presentation earlier on, we talked about educating students for informed citizenship and productive employment. And I think when you, I'd love to get an email from you after you've read the report. I think we make that point pretty clearly. I hope, and obviously I know you haven't had time to read it, but I hope we have. But that's
so let me ask you then, as broadly, the broad question: where proportionally, where should it be? We know what the employers want. We began this presentation with telling us what we don't do and what employers want us to do. Do we have a similar obligation regarding citizenship, or not quite as much as we do for the employers?
Well, I think they're both absolutely fundamental goals of a school system, and as I was, I mentioned briefly, but didn't really go into in relation to Vanessa's question. I think one of the great things about the 21st century is that those two things really combine better than ever.
Yeah.
So, you know, when Horace Mann was doing his stuff, and you're in the early phases of the Industrial Revolution right here in this part of Massachusetts, if you wanted a liberal education where everybody could read literature, and the alternative was they were 12 years old and going to work in a mill, there was an obvious tension. That tension isn't there anymore, I don't think. But I wouldn't want to choose. I think a school system that didn't focus on creating informed citizenship, but also the capacity to be in productive employment would be failing its students.
We don't want to choose any either, but I think one might think we're a little out of balance one way presently than we ought to be, and that's a question we're thinking about. So,
can I hand it over to MBA colleagues, because they're obviously local and thoroughly engaged?
So I just wanted to say, David, this is a summary with some key points that the pollster thought were important to say what he found as the overall message. But, and you know, I don't mean this in any way defensive of the business community, but to try to be more complete in the explanation. But the question that is not in the summary that was asked was, what is the purpose of it? You know, what do you expect from schools? And the number one answer was that they educate students to be adaptable, lifelong learners who can adapt to a changing environment. The second one was that they be productive citizens. So I don't think there's, again, any kind of a contradiction between what the report says about citizenship and what employers are saying about citizenship. Employers are parents, they're school committee members, they're members of society themselves, and they want the same things and the same kinds of communities that anybody else wants. So I will look for that. I wrote a note to myself to send you that question, but I would not want you to go away with the impression that there was a difference of opinion.
okay, great, thanks. And again, the second question in regards balance as well. You know, and it has to do with the work of schools. And anecdotally, I'll just share with you my day. I began it. I dropped off 2 undergraduate students at an alternative school in an urban center here who are interested in school adjustment work and school counseling. They met with the principals and me at 7:30 this morning. The principal introduced his school, his mission, and told the students that 89% of his students in this school are homeless. He begins each day with a recognition that there has to be some attention given to that reality of his students. 89% of the students in this school, it's an alternative school, are very fundamentally focused on this kind of student. I met later in the day with a principal who's mentoring a graduate student, and we got talking about his work, and you'll be happy, Commissioner, to know that he's very aggressively pursuing the DDM's initiative that we've laid out for him. He mentioned in the conversation, we're talking about the broad work, his broad work, a suburban school, a very, very good suburban school. 17 instances of where they have had to refer one of their students for psychiatric evaluation that resulted in that student getting a 30-day commitment for observation. 17 students in the course of this year. Stunning to me. Having been in that role once in my life and having been through those processes, I can't tell you how wrenching they are. And to have had this principal speaking to me, saying they've had 17 instances of that was striking to me. So we hear what business wants. We read this, and we're very, it's very provocative and useful. So to what extent is the business community willing to hear that we have profound issues around social emotional health in terms of our schools, and they can be a impediment to us being truly effective in achieving much of what no one's going to disagree with you on this, and see it in a meaningful way that it doesn't is not perceived as us making excuses or trying to distract us from this mission we're on, and to what extent do you send a mission that we hear what you want? To what extent is the business community willing to acknowledge they hear what I hear a lot of when I go out in schools and hear about the work they're trying to do? Where in this report do I read about your understanding of that?
Well, look, you're raising some very profound social challenges that faces this state and much of the US, and indeed numerous other countries. I just want to make a distinction before I come to a more substantive answer. That when the MBA commissioned us to do this report, they didn't say, can you write a report on the future of the education system that will deliver an education system that employers want? They didn't ask us for that. They said, what would it take for Massachusetts to have the best education system in the world, broadly defined? In parallel, they commissioned a survey of employers in Massachusetts that I think was very, very helpful and interesting and actually very consistent with where we're wanting. But at no point were we asked to write a kind of blueprint for an education system to satisfy employers in Massachusetts. They said, tell us what you think a great education system would look like. So I hope in the report you will see a lot that answers your question, because in many ways that was the question we were trying to answer. How could you have high standards of performance, greater equity, rounded citizens ready for the 21st century? That's what we have tried to write about. It's what I've been writing about for many years. As it happens, I think it will be entirely consistent with what the employers are asking for, but that's not the agenda we were set. On the social problems, the education system can make a contribution to solving those social problems. A contribution. It can't solve them on its own. There are a whole wider range of policies about social policy that will affect homelessness, the kind of psychiatric challenges that you described. And we don't pretend for a minute to have solved all those problems. But of course we acknowledge that they're very real problems faced with educators on a daily basis. And in fact the most recent school visit I made in Wales, as it happened, was to exactly the kind of school that you described, with very high numbers of homeless children, most of them living in care, really, really big problems. I think there's much more to learn how to make those kinds of schools effective, but we don't pretend through our report that we're going to solve all those big social problems that face Massachusetts and other parts of the US.
And I understand that, but I think some context is helpful.
So, David, I think you've gotten at a very fundamental reason for why we felt that it was time to do this reassessment, is that the school systems are asked to do something they were not designed to do. And I would love for somebody to give me a better analogy, because I'm not creative enough to come up with my own, but I've been saying we're expecting a stagecoach to fly to the moon when what we need is a rocket ship. So that is why we need this new paradigm, because the students are not, we don't have Dick, Jane, and Sally coming to school anymore, if we ever did. And so we really need to have a system that meets the needs of the children of today, and the families of today, and the demographics of today, and the demands of tomorrow. And so we are saying, let's imagine something differently. Let's envision something differently. And in the report, there are boxes that say, imagine. We're asking people to take a leap here, to not think about, as Michael has described, we're not just tweaking the system we have. There is some of that system reform, but we have to have a system that not only innovates now, but can continually innovate as the world changes. And, you know, the business community is in some ways in a better position to imagine this, because they went through it in the 70s and 80s. And industries that were on the brink of destruction, and some of them did not survive, but every industry had to change. And if you walk into any workplace, any field, you know, we were talking, Vanessa had asked about industries, any place, an auto mechanic shop, a restaurant, a law firm, any place you walk into, it does not look like it did in the early 80s.
I'm going to give the last question to Jim DiTullio.
Yeah, there's a question, but it's really just three quick comments. I mean, first off, this is a masterful report. It's very thought-provoking. Following on probably what Harneen said, there's a lot everyone can like, and there's a lot people can disagree with. It's like walking into a crowded party, scanning the crowd for faces of friends, and you see someone's immediately, and you say, oh, I like that one, and there's my friend over there, and there's a few you pretend aren't in the room, and but that's what a good thought-provoking report would do. I mean, I would say a couple of comments, just three quick ones. Just picking up where David left off, I think the report does address some of these issues with the discussion of wraparound zones and the idea of schools, more sort of full-service schools, family engagement, involved more in family engagement activities, that the school can no longer just be what we think of as you go there, you send a kid there for 6 hours, and that's the end of that, and then they go back to their either functional or dysfunctional life at home, if they even have one, that there's this wraparound element. So I do give the authors credit for addressing that. When you mention extending management freedoms and flexibilities to all, you mentioned charter schools, but also turnaround schools. You don't mention in the executive summary here, but in the report you do mention innovation schools. And any school in the state can become an innovation school. We have level 1 schools that are innovation schools. We also have, struggling level 3 schools that are innovation schools. So, it is something the governor's in this budget trying to promote a little more, but that is an option right now that is statutorily available and hopefully financially available. In the business summary, one of the things you mentioned that jumped out at me even more than the lack of writing skills, and I did say to the commissioner, we shouldn't be surprised when a generation of students has to think in 140 characters or less that their writing skills are not good. But it also said there was 76% graded C or less. This isn't something we think of as schools so much in terms of traditional education, but 76% gave it a C or less in terms of appropriate workplace behavior. And that's the type of thing when I think about career pathways and internships and externships, where it's something that a school can be doing more in, but that's, the area where you're like, when a kid's not understanding what to do in the workplace, that's not necessarily an education issue, but that's a socialization issue, and that nothing teaches you how to work in a workplace better than a summer job or an internship. And schools should be doing more in that area, and I think the report highlights that. Last comment, and it may lead to a question, is, universal pre-K. I think there's a lot of great ideas in here. Some are more achievable than others. If I thought that if you could get a quick hit or a quick win, the soonest of any of these, I would think you don't have to convince too many people in the need for universal pre-K. What you need to convince them on is not to go back to the dreaded T word, but I'll say the dreaded R word, revenue. The governor last year was 45,000 people on the wait list in this state for child care vouchers, and he proposed to eliminate it with a price tag of $250 million. It sort of went up like a lead balloon in the legislature. We were lucky to get 15 and chip away at it. He's making that attempt again this year for another 15 to chip away at it. But even chipping away, it'll still be high 30,000s, low 40,000s. If I thought Paul Revell used to say that education reform in '93 happened because the business community put their entire shoulder into it, put their full force behind it, and didn't let up on that one issue. There's a lot here, and you don't want to spread yourself too thin. I think you should fight for everything you believe in, but if the business community really want to have a good, quick hit, with the next governor, I would say put your shoulder and your entire effort into universal pre-K. It'll have a price tag, but these other price tags might be far lower if they start at the right foundation, at the right building block. That's and maybe your members, I know last year there was a letter that a lot of business leaders signed endorsing the early ed piece, but it sort of got lost in the shuffle. And in '93, the business community didn't get lost in the shuffle, and I would just say that's where they should be on this one.
And I don't disagree with you that, there's limits to what can happen, but I think that what I hear, and you heard Henry talk about it with the T word, is that there is a recognition in the business community that one thing isn't going to change the system, that there has to be a knit together, and I think that's what we learned from Michael and Simon, that there has to be this interactive pieces so that the sum of the parts is bigger than whatever the cliche is. And so that is where I think we're looking, is to say, just as in '93, it was standards, it was measuring, it was assessments, it was different funding. We're not, I think you can be pretty sure we're not going to get behind just one silver bullet. We're going to say there's a package, and the investment is worth it because there's likely to be a much greater return in the long term than for just dealing with this Band-Aid issue today and the next one tomorrow.
Okay, I'm going to give the last comment to the commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, to MBAE, I just want to thank you for a very provocative. I have had a chance to read the draft, and I find it incredibly compelling, challenging. I think about doability in the sense of what's within the art of the possible on the political realm, as well as what the system can deliver. But I think that it's very smart of MBAE to have challenged this state, all of us, to think about where we go from here. We are the state. I think of this Red Auerbach being the one who coined the phrase, "If it isn't broke, don't fix it." And I worry that we could be satisfied and self-satisfied with where we are as a Commonwealth and with our education system. And 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we'll ask, what happened? How come others are doing better? I do have one disappointment. Having heard the presentation this morning, Sir Michael gave us one of the greatest compliments we've ever received. He said, across the 50 states, the state education agency is pretty much disliked. He said, but you're disliked a little less than we normally encounter. So I'm sorry we didn't get that compliment this evening.
I'm happy to repeat it, Michelle.
So as we close the meeting, again, I want to thank Linda and Henry for your leadership, and I want to thank Sir Michael and Simon for being with us. Sir Michael's been with us before when we worked around the delivery unit. This was a terrific session, it really was. Behind you are lots of members of the department. This is 2 hours of professional development for them, so log the hours, everybody. It was terrific professional development for the board, and so again, our sincere thanks. I know we'll hear more about this as it moves forward, so MBAE, please come back often. Thank you, and have a good night. See board members at 8:30 in the morning right here. Thank you.
Nice to be four of us working as a team. I enjoyed it.
Thanks very much. That was great.
Pleasure.
Very provocative, very thoughtful.
All right. We're next going to go to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the update on PARCC. So, Bob Bickerton.
If I might, yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair. And sitting in front of you is Bob has been renamed Mr. PARCC. He is PARCC incarnated, and this is pretty neat to be holding the meeting today because this is the second day of the field test window, and I'm going to turn over to Bob in a quick second. There are actually 2 windows of the field test. Again, you'll remember that in the fall you voted on a 2-year I've characterized it as a test drive, a tryout of the test. The field test is year 1 of this. About 80,000 students scheduled to participate in Massachusetts, over 1 million across the 15 states that are participating, DESE being one of them. Next year will be a second year where districts will have the option of either administering PARCC or MCAS, and we will have 2 years of very rich experience and information and feedback, and make a decision on, is this our next generation test, and are we done with MCAS or not? And so we've got some early information on the field testing, and so Bob, with your permission, Madam Chair, love to hear what we've heard in these first 2 days.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, who, by the way, has been at some of our outreach sessions, which have been very extensive, over 40 to date. We're learning as much as people are learning from us. It's been a very good experience, and I do most of those with Maureen LaCroix, who reports to our Deputy Commissioner Ingram. So good learnings from that. But the field test is underway, and yesterday, nationally, over 43,000 students in the 15 jurisdictions, 14 states and D.C. Took the testing. In our own state, between 2,000 and 3,000 students completed it. And the gap in exactly the numbers in our own state is we have wonderful views into how each student is proceeding, and the schools get good information, but the tallies won't get to us for another day about.
Bob, just to clarify, and that's the online component,
This
right?
is-
Because in addition, there are students taking it in paper and pencil.
Paper and pencil. Yes, and about 2/3 of our students are taking it online, another 1/3 are doing paper and pencil. The field testing underway right now is the performance component, and that many students taking a new kind of test in the first day is testament to how many of our schools are really stepping to the plate to do this. We're looking at about 70% of the schools ultimately participating in the field test, and although each of them has reported there's a couple of bumps here or there, exactly what you'd expect from a field test program, this has gotten off to a very promising start. Some of the ways the field test is intended to work are in fact coming into play. One example, and you may recall, 2 of our districts are doing a much deeper dive in the field test than is typical across the state. In most schools, we're going to have 2 classes participating, in middle 4 classes, and some high school 6. But in Burlington, it's the entire district, all schools and all students. In Revere, it's 4 of the schools are doing both subjects for all of their students in grades 3 to 11 in Burlington and 3 to 8 in Revere. And yesterday in Burlington, we heard by the afternoon that there were some problems with some of the technology, and by 10 o'clock this morning they were fixed and they're back online and moving forward. So the systems are working the way that we hope they would. We expect to have more bumps in the road going forward, but the field test is accomplishing what we expected and needed to do. One of the things to keep in mind is, although online testing isn't new, it's new in our state for most of these schools, most of these districts, and although the vendor that's conducting the field test, Pearson, is experienced over several years doing this, there are a number of new features in PARCC that are brand new and are being played out for the first time in the field test. So with the performance assessment, we have extended performance tasks. There are embedded accommodations. The accommodations for our special needs students are built right into the test. A wide range of devices and operating systems and browsers are being supported, and there's technology-enhanced items. All of these are new in a large-scale testing environment, and that's why we breathed a bit of a sigh of relief yesterday when we got off to a relatively strong start. So good news so far.
Great, thank you, Bob. Do folks have questions? David?
I just have a comment regarding this within the context of all the, at least in my area of the state, some dust up over this. I think we have to remind ourselves, as Bob has said, this is a field test. We're going to have some issues as we proceed. And we've really been quite measured in how we're going to consider this over a period of time. So, frankly, there's a lot of response to this initiative that I think may not serve us in the long term. I think we have to be mindful of what we talked about last night in terms of the great potential for this going forward beyond our current moment. And I think it deserves, the potential deserves us to be patient with its
implementation. And there'll be time for us to decide what this is and what this isn't, and make a good decision at that time. And that time is not now, and it's not kind of within this kind of political discourse where this is defined to be something it quite simply isn't. So I just want to just offer that because, again, some of you may know, in the central part of the state, we've had a couple of kind of issues around this, and the whole idea of whether districts wish to participate or not. I just think we have to be measured and patient as this proceeds.
Thank you, David. Vanessa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I echo everything that David said. I am very interested in learning how the process continues to evolve and how it goes. I personally have to say my 7th grader was scheduled to take the PARCC yesterday, actually, as a matter of fact, and it didn't happen because there was a mix-up in coordination with the technology lab, and another class was there, so I imagine it's going to happen today. But so these are the things, the little things that no one thinks about, the little things that will make or break this kind of process. So I just want to offer that as one other layer of thinking that we need to keep in mind, how schools, in the big scheme of things, coordinate the use of space to make sure that the implementation of the test goes smoothly.
Thank you. I just had a question and a comment. One thing I was wondering is whether board members could possibly take PARCC or go through some sample piece of PARCC so that we could experience what it's like, because I feel like we hear a lot, and outside of the couple sample questions we've seen, I just think it might be a useful experience for us. I think there was that kind of process happened around MCAS that people who were, charged with deciding on it had the opportunity to actually take it. So I was wondering if maybe before a Monday night meeting we might want to consider if people are interested in actually doing that. Just something to think about. But my other question to you, Bob, is that at the information session that I attended in Boston, there were a lot of questions from students and educators, I guess, about interest in getting results and kind of a frustration at not being able to get any results in taking a test that you never know how you do. And I'm just wondering if that's you're hearing that across the state and how we're dealing with that, and, because obviously everyone wants, do you take a test, you want to know. And you obviously had a lot of answers about, the test questions not being, good, and it's whatever, but.
So that comes up in almost every forum. As I mentioned, we've been in over 40 of them at this point. And the idea that students would take a practice test and then not be able to get results back, how did I do, becomes one of the questions for both the adults and in Boston. This was a forum at the Boston Teachers Union for the students who came. So probably the most straightforward way I'm able to answer that is the test is being tested, not the student, but that's only part of the answer. What does it mean for the test to be tested? So in the example we give, if I'm taking that field test and I get 20 questions, 5 of those questions might not survive the field test. In fact, my taking that test is helping to prove those 5 questions weren't good enough. In that environment, there's no way to give information and scores back about how students did. That said, we're going to get a lot of information because many of these students at district discretion, at district decision, has been that they'll be taking these field tests and they'll be taking MCAS, and a lot of the items in the field test and in MCAS are testing the same standards. So we are going to be able to pull together answers of how do these items work? How do they perform? Do they give us good insights into how student strengths and weaknesses on the standards? And are they as rigorous as the items in MCAS? So that's the best in terms of student level responses, and we're going to publicize the information at a larger level than at the student level about how our students did on this test and how well the test itself performed. On the question of taking the test, Harnine, in all the sessions we've been in, it's the first time I have an adult asking to take the test in this round. You're right. Those questions came up when MCAS was first being introduced. And by the way, we were doing field tests before the first time MCAS was produced as well and delivered. I think that's a good one for us to bring back. What I would mention is, as of yesterday, practice test in English language arts was posted to the website, and it actually works the same as the actual test will work. So you've got the whole practice test there for ELA.
What grade?
In each of the grades, 3 through 11. So you can take a look at it at grade level. And the math test will be out within a few weeks. We don't have the math test yet for practice test. And just one more comment on that. In the 40 sessions we've done, 40 plus sessions we've done, we've had people engage the practice items, and we've had our PARCC fellows, who you've met some of them, actually go through, here's a session, here's how it works, here's how the item works. And the groups have been equally divided on the items are too easy and the items are too hard. So the field test is going to help us answer that better than just observing practice items has.
Just to echo Harneen's suggestion, I know that State Student Advisory Council was also very much interested in the prospect of being able to have a sample test completed, because I know that we want to also gauge the difficulty of this assessment. And I know that with the practice tests, I was just wondering if the practice test will actually gauge the sample tests, or will they be too far apart in terms of the way they're implemented?
So the practice test will be built very much like the actual test. We're going through the same process to develop the items and put the forms together, so they should be very close. The difference will be in how they're scored, because ultimately we will be bringing in educators who will be trained to score for the human scoring part, and the English language arts test is largely performance that's up on the practice test. And for the practice, we'll be asking schools to use them as a professional development exercise to practice the scoring themselves. But I'd expect to see some differences, because it takes a while to become a good scorer.
Yeah, I should say for the record, I won't be volunteering for the exam like Harneen is. I didn't even take MCAS. I think I was the last class to graduate without taking MCAS. Only one person at this table actually has taken either MCAS or PARCC, and it's not me.
Let's look up his record just to be sure. He's kosher here.
So, two questions, but they're related. First is how many. There was an option that any classroom that was designated for one of the PARCC exams, the superintendent had the option to waive the MCAS exam in that same subject. How many superintendents have taken advantage of that waiver? I've heard rumors, it's not many, but just be interested to know a rough percentage of the districts who are in that PARCC field test. And second, David referenced that there's a little bit of this, I don't think it's widespread, but it's, a sort of parent opt-out movement in various districts. My response to that is, if you don't think, if you want to have credibility in saying you don't like PARCC, have your kid take PARCC, and then you actually have some credibility, just as if you don't vote, you don't count. Where are we seeing, it's probably more anecdotal, but are we seeing any kind of, in certain districts, a critical mass of parents opting out? So those are my two questions.
So on the waiver that the commissioner made available to districts, this would be for schools that students were going to take the performance-based assessment, the one that's being field tested right now through April 11. That MCAS waiver, I'm going to do this from memory, but it's over 80% of the districts elected to do both the MCAS testing and the field test for PARCC. And what we heard was the major motivation for that decision was to be able to still provide student-level results to the parents, to the students. So that played out that way. We do have think it's a total of 106, 107 schools that did exercise the MCAS waiver and will be going that route. Two things. The opt-out sits in the middle also of a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding that's widespread, a lack of really clear, good information, which is why we're out as broadly across the state as we are and why we continue to send updates to our districts, but also post to our website. We work with MBAE, the Mass Business Alliance for Education. They've been very helpful, extraordinarily helpful in also convening groups and getting the word out. I would, on the opt-out piece, there isn't an opt-out provided for in the relevant statute. The Education Reform Act back in 93 says that this is part of the board's purview to adopt an assessment, to adopt the standards, and then the assessment that assesses how our students are doing with those standards. And that applies equally to as we work to improve the assessments and strengthen them, which is the process we're in right now with field testing. So there's not that provision. In no community that I'm aware of has this become very widespread, but I must say that the sound level of how this gets discussed is louder in some communities than others, and I think that that's part of the process of some of the information that's making its way across the state as well. The response we're giving to parents who raised this is since MCAS was first launched in the late 1990s, schools have been very adept at responding to the kinds of concerns and issues parents might raise, and we trust that that's how they'll respond to this issue if it arises in their school and with their parents.
Yeah, Bob has done a tremendous job of being very, very visible around the rollout of the park. He mentioned Maureen Lacroix, who you've seen before. We also had these what we call Park Fellows, and you've seen some of them present to you as well. A cadre of ELA and math specialists who have developed a deep understanding and knowledge of the new frameworks and the park assessments, who do presentations and so forth. There is a little bit of energy, complemented in part by a former member of this State Board of Education, who you may remember.
Oh, sorry.
Who around
Yes, no, I have definitely read that. Been seeing
around making the case that this is the wrong path for Massachusetts. As Bob said, there seems to be more noise than actual traction. David, you're in an area where it's particularly there's a fair amount of attention given to that noise. I think when I spoke to school district officials from Worcester, it was unclear to them that most parents were really paying attention to. So we'll watch that closely. The case that we've made is that this is a great opportunity for our students, our teachers, our schools to try this out and give us feedback and experience it, and it's through that experience that we'll make our decisions in the fall of 2015.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank
Bob.
you.
Appreciate it.
And with that, I'll turn to Bob.
Thank you, Commissioner. So an update on PARCC, and we're at an interesting stage. We're almost to the close of the first year of a 2-year test drive of PARCC. That was the plan you adopted last November to actually put PARCC to the test. And the field testing that is still underway, we're in the second stage of that with the end-of-year field tests that are going on now. and you have information and data in your packet about just where that stands, is surfacing a number of areas that are working well and those that are not. Perhaps the best update I can give now is steps we're already taking to make some of the improvements of what's surfaced. Then the second part of the update for you this morning is about the second year of the test drive, where districts will have a choice, and that's very much on everyone's mind. The superintendents in the earlier presentation talked about the forum yesterday where this was the heart of that discussion. So on the field testing, we've had generally very positive reactions from students, more so in English language arts than in math, and as we discussed briefly in April, there's a problem with an equation editor on the math test that we're working very hard with the vendor, Pearson, that does the test delivery on making corrections and improvement to that equation editor. Probably of greatest significance to the schools, the districts, the staff that we're trying to implement PARCC during the field testing is the level of response and support they received. It was, I think, a strong affirmation of how well supported our districts, our schools, our teachers have been in the administration of MCAS over the years, that our districts, our schools, were very quick to point out where Pearson, on behalf of PARCC, was not giving them the level of support that they need and, in fact, deserve. Steps we've taken are already to see improvements in the call center. You actually can get through in a timely way and get a response to your questions. Still not where we'd like it to be, but vastly improved over the performance-based assessment. I should mention that when districts and schools administer PARCC in 2015, it'll be under a new contract, an operational contract for PARCC. The state that took the lead in that procurement on behalf of all the PARCC states was New Mexico. There's now a contract in place and signed, and our own staff now, led by Associate Commissioner Liz Davis for assessment, and our Chief Financial Officer, Bill Bell, are in the thick of crafting that contract for Massachusetts. We're following the same template, but in that contract are a number of much stronger provisions for what kind of services Pearson is going to need to provide to our schools when they administer PARCC assessments. So the requirements are much clearer, more in-depth, more rigorous, and there are very serious consequences for not meeting them. So we should see improvements in a number of areas that have already surfaced and that you can see in some of the survey results we got from test administrators. But we're not resting alone on that. Our Student Assessment Office is currently running weekly webinars and conference calls with the field to stay on top of the issues, but also to help them think through the choices that are ahead, including the choice of MCAS or PARCC next year. And we are doing a listening tour, Maureen and I, starting tomorrow, where in 8 different regions of the state, we'll be convening teachers and other educators who actually administered PARCC and listening to their experience, their comments, their recommendations of what could be done to improve the experience, what worked well, what needs to work better. So that listening tour begins tomorrow and continues across the state over the next several weeks. I want to pick up on one last part that was mentioned earlier by MASS Chairwoman Mary Chakowski, and that is on the ALT assessment. Now, the ALT assessment is for that 1% to 1.5% of our students who just cannot engage and take a on-demand paper and pencil or online assessment of the form that MCAS and PARCC take. The alternative assessment was not part of PARCC development. That was actually a decision by the U.S. Department of Education. Our state did join a consortium to develop a new ALT assessment That consortium went in a different direction than we chose to go. We administer a portfolio for the alt. It's a very strong approach. Teachers who participate in that and students feel very strongly it's the right approach. So we are, instead of continuing with that other consortium, upgrading the MCAS alt to reflect the standards that you adopted in English language arts and math back in 2010, and that will be our assessment going forward. A couple of comments about choice and where we stand in the packets are the materials that we developed that Mary Chakowski and others referred to, were reviewed in the forum yesterday. And they lay out the different considerations that districts will want to work through to get there. The response was very, very affirming from the superintendents yesterday. They're walking into an area where there's a lot of unknowns. They haven't administered PARCC. They're familiar with MCAS. They know what it looks like and what they're likely to experience in spring of 2015. But the largest portion of the group, about a quarter of them, indicated that they're already interested in likely doing PARCC, and many of the rest are still thinking about it but are entertaining doing so. So there's a real interest in stepping out and taking this on. They did raise, though, concerns about it being new and still largely unknown to them, and a lot of concerns about the technology and online assessment. But they also sounded a number of areas where it's very appealing to think about this new assessment and consider doing it in 2015. It is going to be their first, it would be their first deep dive for all of their students into the new standards, the standards that you adopted in 2010 that go beyond what MCAS is currently designed to assess. So they're looking forward to answering how are we doing on the new standards. They want their schools and their students to be a step ahead of the game. So instead of continuing with MCAS, many of them are thinking that it's time to look at a next generation assessment, which is in their future, whether or not it's PARCC. They also see it as a catalyst for technology, and the catalyst, the test serves as part of that catalyst, but they also see it as a powerful tool for instruction, and they want to blend the two and see instruction take the lead going forward. And many of them are comforted by the fact there's a paper and pencil version and will be into the foreseeable future. So it gives them a chance to assess on the new standards, even if they don't have a school that is ready to do it online. Now we're going to continue our outreach, back to Maureen and I. Each of those 8 regional forums, which could run from 4 to 6 to make it convenient for teachers, will be preceded at 1 o'clock by a forum for school administrators where we'll go over these issues of choice and all the tough decisions and analysis they need to do to finalize those decisions. And then again that evening at 6 o'clock, we've invited school committee members since they will be part of this conversation as well about how to go forward and whether to choose PARCC. So that evening we'll be working. And that's about as quickly as I could get through this. Let me turn the mic over to Maureen to see what else we may have to share.
Just a couple of comments to add. One, the question was asked earlier about advisory in terms of PARCC. We have a PARCC advisory council that includes all of the associations, so the Teachers Association, MASC, all of the associations. So we have them around the table working with us. So in addition to superintendents and principals that we've done a lot of outreach with, we're involving other constituencies. And just want to call out, MASC has been incredibly supportive of our work for the last 6 months. We've worked closely with Glenn Kuchar at MASC, with the representatives across the state from MASC, and they've really helped us facilitate conversations with school committee members from the Cape to Western Mass, and that's really been helpful. So this is really, I would characterize it as a learning partnership. We're learning about PARCC. I think we're improving each day, and we're learning from people in the field. What else do we need to know? What are the other questions we haven't thought about or problems that we haven't solved?
Okay, well, thank you, Bob and Maureen. I'm going to look around and see if there are questions that folks have either of the team or of Mitchell, and I see Harneen has one.
Hi, thank you. I'm just looking at the preliminary survey results, which are really interesting that you gave us in our packet. It seems as though that there was a lot more confusion around the math test in both people's ability to understand in terms of them finishing, in terms of that it was harder than their schoolwork, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that and what you think that means. And then the other thing that is of concern to me is, I don't know what the difference is, on 7 and 8, the questions about how often they use computers at school or in writing a story. You know, it looks like almost 40% have never used or only use it a couple times a month, and a good 60% either never or only some of the time use a computer to write a story or essay. So just both those seem problematic in terms of moving toward all computer use, in terms of students' comfort and which is something I had heard, which is feedback I've heard, just so many people having difficulty, particularly with the math on the computer, that it was not, it wasn't easy to use, that you couldn't do your own, you couldn't write on the computer, you couldn't, that you couldn't do your equations or whatever, that it was just, it's not how students are taught or think, so it wasn't reflective of their experience. So anyway, maybe you could just talk about those issues.
So taking the first one about math, we did get a higher level of concern by students about engaging with the math test. Most of them like doing it on the computer, so we had a majority of students, but they found more challenges, more difficulty on the math test. There are two areas we're looking at, and Harneen, we will not have all of the data until the summer. So what we don't have yet are the comments the students wrote.
Okay.
So we have the selections where they clicked on, this is true, but we'll actually get the comments they wrote as well that'll help us see that. Plus the studies we're doing in Burlington and Revere are going to help shed more light on that as well. The major area that keeps coming up in discussions with students is the equation editor. It doesn't work well. We've made that well known to Pearson, and we're working on a solution before we go to operational testing, and that's written into the contract as one of the areas that needs to improve going forward. The other area of concern is the number of students said they had not studied all of the math they found on the test at the time they took the performance assessment. So it raises both curriculum issues and the technical issue of the editor, and we think those contribute to the responses that you're seeing, but we have more work to do to answer that more fully. On the computer side, the students did indicate that they enjoy doing computer testing at higher levels more than paper and pencil, although that was more true in ELA than in math. They use computers at a much higher level at home than they use them in school. And that goes to one of the recommendations, one of the discussions we're having as we are in the field, speaking with administrators and teachers, that if the technology is part of instruction on a regular basis, the computer test is a good choice for next year. If it's not, the paper test is probably the better choice. The students are taking to the computer testing, but the fact is they are finding some parts of it challenging, especially students who don't use it on a regular basis.
Was this given to paper and computer students, the survey?
It was given to both, but a couple of things. One, these are only from the computer administration because we don't have access to the paper responses yet. But remember, they were randomly selected. So they didn't do the computer test because they had better technology. They did the computer test because they were randomly selected to take the computer test.
So that'll be presented, the whole package?
We get the whole package in the summer. We've been pushing very hard to get it even more rapidly, but the rest of the package will come in the summer.
Thank you.
Yes, Ruth.
I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, and I just wanted to take a few minutes, if I could indulge people, to just share with you an experience I had this weekend where I went to a session of taking the test and hearing feedback that was held at Brookline High School. Unfortunately, I didn't get there in time to take the test, which I really regretted because I was intending to, but I didn't. But I know that anyone can take it online, and I would urge everybody to do that. But I did want to just share with you some of the comments that teachers shared in that session. There was a lot of people had trouble navigating the system, and I'm going to go through just some of the main points. That was one issue, and the issue that was just raised about the math, that came up a lot, that the math teachers, first of all, like Brookline High School, the math teachers are not teaching math using computers, so they're not used to it, their students aren't used to it, they find it really hard to manipulate the math symbols online. That was one thing. The issue of having a timed test was raised a couple of times, and the MCAS, as everyone knows, was untimed. And here again, there was some discussion among this group that well, there could be some waivers for some kids who would be able to spend more time, but there would also be a stigma for those kids to continue to sit and take a test when their peers weren't taking it. So there was a fear that some of those kids entitled to extra time wouldn't use it. And particularly with special ed kids, that was a concern that was raised. There was some specific criticisms of vocabulary that appeared on the test and I'm just going to use one particular example that I mentioned at dinner last night to some of my colleagues. The word arrogate appeared in the test, and nobody knew what that word meant. Not anybody in the room. I've heard of it, but I couldn't define it. I kind of vaguely knew what it meant. But words like that are just not appropriate for any student, in the opinion of these teachers. There was another example used in a 7th grade teacher talked about the word lucidity, which she didn't think was something that 11-year-olds knew. So there's very specific word choices. Another example of something that teachers thought was developmentally inappropriate was, I think 3rd graders were asked to write a newspaper article about something, and the feeling of the teacher was that her 3rd graders don't, they barely know what a newspaper is. So. And this is in Brookline, so I don't know what that would mean in other districts as well. Again, getting back to the math, again, because I didn't take it, I was at a little bit of a disadvantage, but they just talked about the fact that it would be really hard for kids to check their work once they've done it, and I don't know, something about transitioning from using the computer to then checking on a piece of paper, it was just kind of hard to go back and forth. One of the math teachers at the Brookline High School who teaches Algebra 2 thought that the Algebra 2 on the test would be very difficult for her honors students at Brookline High School. I'll just make a few more comments here. In general, there was, I have to say that, in this room, which was, sort of a sampling of, not just Brookline teachers, by the way, there were Brookline parents in there who teach in Boston and other districts. The consensus in the room was one of great anxiety. I just have to be very honest. There was a lot of consternation in the room. And there were, and I don't want to suggest to you that everyone who came to have this experience were like anti-test people, because they weren't. Everyone talked about what brought them to try it in the first place. So I think that one of the reasons I was asking questions earlier today about, hearing teachers' voices and voices from the field, I think that in this group, there was tremendous frustration about where they go to express their concerns. And I'm happy to hear that, you have a PARCC advisory group, and I'm happy you're doing a listening tour. But I just think that there was just tremendous fear and concern among this group who actually spent an hour taking the test at a lot of different levels. They took it anywhere from either 3rd or 4th grade through high school. And so I think a lot more needs to be done. And I know it's a field test, and I know the purpose is to get feedback, but there are some very serious issues that I see right now, and the issue of the equity issue that we've talked about on this board with technology came up in the discussion as well, and I just want you and everybody here to know that these are huge problems in the Brookline Public Schools right now. In other words, they don't have the technology necessary right now to administer this test, and that's Brookline. And just one final thing I just want to say about the way, the way information gets communicated to the field in general about Department of Education policies. I just find it confusing that we use the language, transition to PARCC, even in our discussion about it, and then we say we're field testing and we're going to, the decision's going to be made in 2 years. To me, transition doesn't sound, it sounds like the state's made a decision and we're transitioning to a test, and I just think I think it's a confusing and misleading way to use language, and I just, and I found that in the discussion with the teachers, there's a lot of, they're very confused about where this sits right now. So to use language like that, I think, is confusing and misleading. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. And I'd be happy to talk to you in greater detail about some other points I made.
Thanks, Ruth. Anybody else have a comment or a question for Bob and Maureen? Yes, Jim?
Thank you, Bob and Maureen, for the presentation. I think there's all the sort of the progress so far seem to be fairly positive, the results and the feedback. I agree that I think there are two big challenges. One is the technology, and if the bond bill doesn't go through, I think Mara said this last night, it would be a real, I wouldn't say death blow, but it would be a real setback for whether we could move forward with this. I think it is going to go through, so I think that's a huge piece, but the technology looks like we'll be able to get that challenge under control fairly soon. I think the other challenge, and Ruth alluded to this, or didn't allude to it, discussed it, is the communications piece. And I think everything you're doing getting out in the field is exactly what we need to be doing, and just keeping it up, not taking our foot off the pedal, because I did not have an event like what Ruth had, but last Friday I was invited to speak by a former colleague of mine who now works at City Year to the City Year Corps, or half the City Year Corps, at their offices in the South End or Back Bay. I spoke to about 100 of them. The topic was sort of a loose, federal state education policy. They really wanted to talk about Common Core, and ultimately the discussion got into PARCC, and it was sort of very interesting because I did it more as sort of a town hall. Like, I talked a little bit, I got a little input, but all those Corps members are stationed at schools all across Boston Public Schools. And many of them have been in classrooms that either have done the PARCC exam and the field test or are about to. And, I find it interesting because there's still a lot of misconceptions about Common Core, and there's a lot of misconceptions about PARCC. But there were some also legitimate criticisms about PARCC too, and we've heard some of them about the technology. Ironically, Hardeen, they actually said something different. They said some of their experiences where the students actually liked math online because of this different technologies, like the slide ruler being able to be available, and some of the students thought math online was even better. But concerns about ELLs and students with disabilities, many of the things we heard when we rolled out MCAS, almost 20 years ago. So I think there's still a lot of misinformation and disinformation put out there about Common Core and PARCC, and it's this department and the state and everyone from the state down to the local level to really try to counteract disinformation. There may be legitimate criticisms of PARCC, there are, and there are going to be legitimate criticisms with Common Core, but I think so much of it is just based in misinformation and disinformation. And Ruth's right. I actually asked the room if I did a few sort of, testing how much they knew, not just, it's easy to say, well, I'm hearing this, but how much they actually knew. most of the students in that room, and they're probably hearing it from the teachers they were assigned to, thought we had adopted PARCC. That this wasn't a field test, that we're actually doing it, and that's the end of the story. So just little things like that, I think we're winning the argument. I think there's far less disinformation and misinformation than there was 6 months ago, but I think we just cannot let up because, if these things aren't counteracted, it becomes like a virus that spreads, and disinformation becomes the information if it's not counteracted. So.
Yes, Bob.
Yeah, if I could. One of the things that we're very attentive to, and Ruth, is to use possible transition. So we make no presentation without prefacing it's a possible transition to PARCC for just the reasons that you cited and Jim, you just reinforced. There's a decision ahead. And I wanted to interject the wisdom of the plan that you voted in November to do a 2-year test drive. Because there are unanswered questions still. And what you should know is no other PARCC state is doing that. No other PARCC state is doing that. The commissioner came with a recommendation that said in our state, we've set a high bar for assessment. We've done well with the program that we've implemented, and if we're going to change, it has to be because we really understand it's working well, it's working right, it's doing what we need it to do. Next year, we have a second round of this test drive. No other PARCC state has done that. They're going to throw a light switch of all yes or all no. There was a lot of wisdom in the decision that you made.
Thank you. Yes, Penny.
Bob, with the math, that there were 2 issues, the difficulty particularly with the equation editor and the difficulty with content that's perhaps more challenging students have been used to in the past. And Ruth mentioned a couple of things where teachers said kids are going to have trouble with this. I wonder if the fact that you did the field test with both paper and pencil and with online will allow you to distinguish between those 2 aspects of the difficulty of the math test. I think that's very helpful for us to know, because if it's a difficulty particularly with the technology, and either way, I think it would be very helpful for the department to develop some kind of guidelines about what kind of practice using kind of technology on the tests would be appropriate. For example, it might be helpful to say it would be great if you did a couple of essays online or on peers, or it would be great if the equation editor, however you end up, was made available to people to practice with a couple sessions a month or so for the test, so it was not a specific barrier.
So again, it's unpacking the 2 issues, one of curriculum and one of technology, and is technology supporting or confounding what the students know. On the curricular side, on English language arts, actually, the response was overwhelming. We've been taught this.
Yeah.
So on English language arts, students across the board, all grades, said, yep, we were tested on what we were taught. In math, it was not as overwhelming. A majority say, yeah, we were taught this, but it's a closer call. How much of it comes to curriculum? I think one of the points Ruth made about Algebra 2 and actually each of the high school tests and some of the middle school content, it's going to be more challenging than what many of our courses are currently covering in math. So we are going to see some more shifts have to happen, and it's part of what was motivating superintendents to say, we need to know if we're getting it right with the adjustments we made in curricula. That's one of the reasons we're interested in PARCC and getting some answers to that. On the equation editor versus the paper and pencil, we're not going to have good data until the summer, and we'll also have the benefit of a couple of studies that are funded as part of PARCC, looking at exactly that issue of, do we see a difference in students who otherwise appear to be comparable in terms of their academic history on how they do with paper and pencil versus online. So that's to be seen. I would add one piece. The problems with the equation editor that we have on this test are true of every equation editor that's implemented in a browser. And this test is implemented through a browser. when you actually buy a program and you have it sitting on your computer, there are great equation editors out there. They just don't exist yet with a browser. So we're going to look at whether paper is the better answer for us next year because of this issue with math, and we're going to keep pushing the vendor to say we need to do a better job with this, but answers more robustly in the summer.
Thank you. Yes, one more, Ruth, and then.
I should know the answer to this, but now I'm a little confused. The fact that we're testing paper and pencil and the computer version, is that because down the line we may decide that those two options will exist, or why are we doing it both ways? I can't remember.
So the intention in PARCC is to be an online assessment, except for students who just cannot engage the test online. So that was the intention. What's true in Massachusetts is true in virtually every PARCC state. There are many schools, many communities where there's a large gap and there's not a level of readiness for the online testing. So the goal is to increasingly move in the direction of doing the assessment on computer, doing it online, with paper as a fallback until we close those gaps, those technology gaps. But clearly, there's a lot of work to do, not only in infrastructure and devices, but having our educators and our students ready for these technologies and practicing with some of the tools in instruction, not waiting to do that when they take a test.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to, let me thank Bob and Maureen for their comments. I'm going to turn to the Commissioner in case you'd like to make any closing comments here.
Yeah, I just want to punctuate what Bob said earlier. We have decided, you took this vote, to try this out for 2 years, which I don't know of any other state that's doing that. The other states are turnkeying, dropping this is their last year of the legacy assessment. They're giving PARCC next year across the board. It's really interesting that the further into this season we go, superintendents are actually, more and more, I'm hearing them say, well, let's make that decision. Let's get to it. Yesterday, this came up in different ways, sort of, is this really a pig in a poke? Or is this where we're going? What kind of assurance do we have? What I said, there's no real assurance, right? I said the state board is the body that has the responsibility and the authority to decide what we use for our state testing system. They're going to make that decision in the fall of 2015, when we've had 2 years of experience with this test and lots of feedback. This will be the most scrutinized test, I think, that's ever been developed, and we'll have an incredible amount of feedback before making a decision. I said, but let me be clear about one thing, and I've said this to you, board, as well. We didn't go into this venture sort of, well, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't really matter to us. We've put a lot of sweat equity and intellectual energy on the part of our staff, on the part of teachers, on the part of administrators who have helped with the development of the test, have helped with the review of the items, and so forth. It is our hope that this test measures up as a good next generation assessment for Massachusetts. That's our hope, right? I mean, that's something that I say, but I'm also clear that until you decide, based on 2 years of evidence, you, the state board, that decision is not a done deal.
Thank you, Commissioner, and again, thank you to Bob and Maureen. We're moving on to item number 7, which is an update on the state education budget, and I believe Bill. We're moving on to item number 4, which is the update on PARCC, and I'd ask Bob Bickerton and Bob Lee to join us at the table. I'll immediately turn to Commissioner Chester to set up this section.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an update on where we are. We finished the PARCC field test. We've shared a lot of information with you over time, so I think this is going to be quite brief. But in addition, we're going to update you on what we're seeing in terms of the district decision-making around next spring's PARCC versus MCAS decision. So welcome, Bob and Bob.
Thank you. So as you recall, you adopted a 2-year transition plan to PARCC, and we're right in the throes of it right now, where the first year was our field test. We've just completed. Over 81,000 students participated in a field test in more than 1,000 schools. And now, with that experience, the superintendents across the Commonwealth are being asked which they would like to take next year as part of the second year of the field test, or of the test drive, as Commissioner Chester.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, I may not be close enough.
Close.
Thank you. So we're just took a snapshot of this data on Friday. We've given the districts until the 30th. For what we're sort of using, we're using the metaphor of early decision for college admissions. If they get their applications in now, they get to lock in on one or the other test, and it's a binding decision. But if they can't get their school committees to vote, or they just don't have the stakeholder feedback that they need, they're allowed to extend the decision through October 1st. That we're gonna call that a rolling admissions, and that's subject to availability. So these early decisions that the districts are making are binding. You've probably been seeing it in your local papers. We've had over 127 districts, including many charter schools. So we're treating charter schools as districts in this table. These are places that have by and large had their school committees vote. We have a couple that may have put their decisions in, so I'm not going to call any one district out that hasn't had a school committee vote. But here in the aggregate, you see that they are. Of the 32% of districts that have gotten to a decision by last Friday, we're seeing about a 56-44% split. So we had 71 districts choosing PARCC in grades 3 through 8, and we had 56 declare for MCAS, and those decisions are binding. You may recall that there's a separate decision made. We're sticking with MCAS at grade 10 for the COMPSI determination and for the Adams Scholarship and everything. So the 9th and 11th grade tests are not actually required under federal law, and we're giving districts, again, it's sort of a transitional period. They can test drive those. Some districts are even choosing to just assign a few classes to take these tests, or make them available to students who really want to demonstrate their college and career readiness on the 11th grade test. And you can see that the numbers are smaller there. We only have 24 committing to doing some testing, and this is kind of an a la carte menu where they could choose the 11th grade test and not the 9th grade test, or vice versa. And so it's coming in every kind of variation. So if you have any questions about that part, there's another slide. So the other thing we're asking them is whether they intend to test online or not. As you may recall, there will be a paper version of PARCC for at least the next 2 years, and we anticipate even a couple more years after that. And this is crucial for a lot of the districts. You may recall also that only a minority of our schools have enough devices in the building to test their largest grade all at once. And if you don't have, if you have like 150 sixth graders and you only have and you don't have 150 computers to test them, you're going to have to cycle that out. It takes so long to do it. You'll be testing for longer than the window. So we're letting the districts choose right now whether they intend to do it online or with paper, and you can see we're getting a good split here. 55% say they're going to go all online. We have about 10 districts, which is 14%, who say they're going to split it. So some schools will do online and some schools will do paper. They have to choose on a school-by-school basis for that. And you can see there that we've had 22 districts that want to go with the PARCC. They want to go with the new generation of assessment, but not with the online version.
So I'm going to open it up for questions for Bob, and I'll start with one myself. Should we assume the districts who chose paper did so because they don't have technology, or is it a preferred mode of assessment?
So in the conversations we've been having in the field with district leaders and also school committee members, Maureen LaCroix and I have done 70 at this point. We're hearing two pieces. One, there's just the physical technology, enough devices, enough bandwidth. But there's also concern about whether students are engaging the technology regularly in an instruction, and that's important as well to the educators, that the students are not encountering this as a special event on a test, but really are engaging it regularly. But those two concerns are the ones that are driving this.
Thank you. I think that's pretty consistent with what this board discussed a couple meetings ago. Any of my colleagues have a question for Bob and Bob? Yes, Ruth.
So can you tell us what the plans are for special education accommodations on PARCC?
So the accommodations on the paper and pencil version of PARCC are very similar to what we've been doing with MCAS for years. The consortium has adopted almost in its entirety the accommodations that we've had in Massachusetts for several years. Our accommodations are very highly regarded. It took a bit of a lift for other states to get to the same place with us, but they have. For the online version, it's going to be even more responsive to the student, because in the online version, the accommodations will be built into each item and will be activated whenever a student hits that item and deserves an accommodation. So read aloud, for example. If it's an item that's not read aloud typically, but the student has that accommodation in their IEP or a 504 plan, that will get activated and they'll be able to have that read aloud at that moment and then continue with the assessment. So PARCC Online provides a rich set of accommodations and also a more fluid way to engage them than the paper and pencil testing is typically given us.
And when will this plan be rolled out? Because it doesn't exist now, right? The accommodations.
Yeah, those were implemented in the field test. Not all of them were used to full effect in all the field test settings, partly because not everyone was as fully familiar with them. There were also one or two accommodations that hadn't been built out. All of that is planned to be in place going into the coming year. And one of the things I think will be very helpful is Bob Lee and his team in student assessment are going to help do the upload of all the data that drives the systems that make this happen. A lot of districts had some difficulty uploading all the data. So it'll all be in there ready to go when the test gets launched. Some extra training. We believe we'll be in good shape next year.
So I just want to make it clear, because I'm a little confused about this. I was actually at a meeting of the Brookline School Committee last Thursday night where the superintendent of schools, Bill Lupini, who is now just coincidentally the new president of MASS, recommended to the Brookline School Committee to delay implementing PARCC until such time as there is a plan for special ed accommodations. So I'm just a little confused because it sounds like you're saying you're still developing the computer part of the plan.
Almost everything is already built out in the computer part of the online testing part of PARCC. There are, as I said, I believe 2 accommodations that weren't implemented in full during the field test. Those will be ready in the coming year. There is one limitation on that. There is no ALT assessment in PARCC. So the students who do the portfolio ALT assessment, that's not part of PARCC, was never actually intended to be part of PARCC. We had joined another consortium to build out an ALT assessment together and withdrew. We withdrew because that consortium was not prepared to support the kinds of portfolio assessment we do in the ALT, so we are now in the process of upgrading the MCAS ALT as a way to have the full array of standards assessed, the same as we will be doing in PARCC, but using the portfolio ALT assessment.
So can I just ask one other question? Which is the other issue that, again, I'm sort of referring back to the Brookline School Committee. The superintendent's other concern, and it's a concern of mine as well, is the fact that PARCC testing is timed versus the MCAS, which was untimed. And my understanding is that special ed students who have extra time as an accommodation can utilize that accommodation, but there's a real concern on the part of teachers and others that they will choose not to do that because it stigmatizes the students. So that was a concern expressed in a meeting I went to of school teachers. And it also is a concern of the superintendent, and I'm not quite sure how to get around it, because that's the plan for Park.
So this has surfaced in some of the forums we've been in. It hasn't been a widespread concern. We're doing a listening tour right now with teachers who administered the field test, and we've done 7 of those at this point, where teachers come who administered the test and talk about the experience. For the most part, they were very positive. They didn't encounter problems with the accommodations. Interestingly, on time, the majority of feedback we have is particularly the students are often relieved that it's not a time test, because they felt their time wasn't effectively used in the current situation where MCAS is given for an entire day, even when the vast majority of students finish much sooner. We're going to get more data about this, though, and that data will arrive by mid to late summer. And we'll be looking at that, sharing that, and we should have a more robust view of how time and accommodations and other factors are working out.
So I would just like to make a recommendation to this board that if sometime over the next year, this board find a mechanism for doing the equivalent of a listening, if not a tour, at least one hearing or two, to encourage parents and students and teachers to come forward and give feedback, and to make that meeting at a time of day when, you actually can listen to people who, because I think sometimes I just feel there's a disconnect in what, some of us hear and what we hear from the professionals, so thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to thank you, gentlemen. Oh, David, I didn't.
This is just quick. The bond bill, in terms of the technology issue.
Great. I want to make a couple of closing comments. On the students with disabilities, you may recall when I spent time in schools while I was being given, including with students with disabilities, including with English language learners, and both were very positive about their experience. National advocacy groups for students with disabilities are very excited about the online testing and the opportunity for kids to better show what they're capable of. On the bond bill, the Senate Bond Committee has passed it out. So it hasn't passed the full Senate yet. They added some additional language that was not in the House version that we actually think is pretty positive. It puts this agency in charge with a requirement to work with I'm drawing on memory, the technology division at the state and EOE, and requires that districts to access the funds have a plan for not only using technology for testing, but for using technology as part of their instructional program. So not a done deal yet, but one more step closer. Yeah.
Commissioner, just any matching fund obligation is the way they're structuring this?
So the language requires matching fund, and I anticipate there'll be three funding sources: federal, state, and there will be a requirement on a local. And I believe the legislation passed out of the Senate committee requires us to come up with the approach to the matching. So it doesn't require equal matching, right? Yep.
I think Harneen has. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say tomorrow we're doing a briefing for legislators on PARCC and the progress, and I just have to say that be careful who you listen to. There's an awful lot of hyperbole around this assessment and what we're doing, from people who will tell you it's the worst thing in the world to people who will tell you it's apple pie and motherhood, and so just be careful. Get a balanced picture on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Harneen.
Just a quick question. The second year of this field testing experience with PARCC, who, if anyone, is going to see the results of the test? I mean, did districts or schools get feedback this time? I know they didn't this year. That
Yeah,
was
so
one
the
of
field
concerns.
test, because it wasn't testing the students but the items, doesn't have results that we can give back to students, schools, districts. We will publish what we learned from the field test, and next year, we will have the same kind of reporting we have for MCAS. You'll have student results, school, district, parents will get reports. It'll have the same rich set of feedback and reports we see in MCAS.
So you'll be going through a process to identify what proficient and, I mean, how is that going to happen with 1 year of data?
So at the end of the spring testing, the data, when all the scoring is completed and the data is analyzed, a forum will be convened in August of 2015, and representatives from K-12 and from higher education together will work on standard setting. Virtually the same process we used when we set standards originally for MCAS.
Yeah, I just think that's going to, I mean, I don't know what ultimately is going to happen, but that just seems a big concern around people's feeling that it's a legitimate instrument to see what percentage. I mean, we know with MCAS now that it doesn't guarantee that you're going to place into college-level courses. If the goal is passing PARCC, quote-unquote, passing PARCC, means that you're going to place into a college-level course, that's a very different standard than, theoretically, than MCAS currently has, right? Because they're not aligned. So I don't know, are we expecting to see a huge decrease in the number of people passing PARCC and able to graduate? I know that it won't affect, we're going to vote later, that it won't affect graduation for a few years, but I mean, just in terms of people's like confidence in the tool and belief in this system, I think there's a lot of.
Yeah, I think those are great questions. And those are decisions this board will make. The PARCC as a multi-state consortium will set standards based on 5 levels, and they won't have the label advanced, proficient, needs improvement. And the 4th level would be the level that means that a student who scores there is in good shape for tackling work at the next level. If it's a 7th grader going to 8th grade, if it's a 11th grader in terms of what an entry-level college course would require. But I've always assumed that being ready for a college credit course is here, being ready to graduate from high school is somewhere here. And those are determinations that this board will make. That they won't be made out of Massachusetts.
So are you envisioning different types of competency determinations that someone might have like there might be different kinds of high school degrees?
I don't, so through the chair, I don't anticipate they'd be different diplomas, but the difference would be that some students would have this certification of college readiness in hand that our higher ed institutions will honor in terms of placement into credit-bearing courses. Some students won't have that certification of college readiness in hand, but they still may qualify for the high school diploma.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. And more, PARCC will come back at lots of the meetings in the future. So let's move on to the extension of the current competency determination standard through the class of 2019. This is a discussion and a vote. And Commissioner, is there anything you'd like to say at the front end, or should we turn it right to Bob?
Well, I think this is, in my mind, pretty straightforward unless you tell me otherwise. You have already, with the vote that you took in November, you have already decided that at least through the class of 2018, the MCAS 10th grade assessments and the science, technology, engineering assessments will be the requirement for the competency determination. However, when you map out, and you see this on page 2 of my memo, you map out the timeline and you think of the board's decision-making in regard to whether PARCC becomes our new MCAS, you see that in the fall of 2015, the class of 2019 are actually in their freshman year of high school. They will have already started high school before this board has made a decision on whether or not it's time to move to PARCC. And so it just seems as a matter of fairness, of adequate notice, that we should extend the use of the MCAS at least through that class, so that the first class that might end up being subject to a new assessment for graduation purposes would be the class of 2020, who would be in 8th grade at the time at which the board makes the decision. So that's plain and simply what's in front of you.
Okay, does anyone have a question of the commissioner on this? I think it's pretty straightforward to me, but I think Jim does.
Yeah, it's just a sort of follow-up from the last discussion that relates to this. I mean, I think the evidence so far, 1 year in, is that PARCC is working. There's a few, stumbles here and there, but like any rollout, they can be corrected. I haven't seen or heard of anything that's a deal breaker at this point. And I expect the second year will probably be as good as the first year, if not better. The concern I do have, though, is the technology piece. This IT bond bill will be a great boon to getting more network connections in the schools, but we still have a devices problem. And, the commissioners acknowledge that. I mean, no one's hiding the ball here. I mean, this is something where it's inevitable that probably, even if this board adopts PARCC in November 2015, at least for a year or two, maybe longer, we hope not, but there will be some people taking it on paper and pencil and some people taking it online. And so you can go a little while with that apples to oranges, and it's yet to be determined how much of a difference in scores one would have. Maybe there is no difference. Maybe the people with paper and pencil have an advantage. I don't know. But I get a little nervous if it goes so long that suddenly the high stakes year we have such a discrepancy. It's one thing to have a discrepancy in the lower grades, but if in the 10th grade exam we get to a point by I guess it would be whenever the class of 2020 is taking it, that there's a discrepancy, I think we'll have a problem in the field trying to explain that those results are apples to apples when they were taken on 2 different devices. I'm hoping we can get there, helping districts, so that's not the case, but I think everyone on this board has a little concern about that.
So to start, share your hope that we get there, probably more for instruction than even for the testing, because there's a wealth of rich resources out there, and the department's been working on some of them, great partnerships with GBH and PBS Learning. But we're making the paper available. As you point out, there's questions about comparability. So 2 things on the comparability question. One, all of the staff who've been involved from multiple states, but our own included, have worked pretty hard to create comparable forms between online and paper. If anything, it holds back the full implementation of what could be done with the technology, because some of the technology-enhanced items, creative uses of computer, it becomes hard to get a comparable paper item. But that effort's gone in, but the proof will be in the results. So there are studies that are part of PARCC, which will be ready in the late summer, early fall, looking at, are these forms as comparable as they need to be? Will they support the kind of stakes that these tests are used for? We're optimistic, but we won't know until those reports are received.
Thank you, Bob. Any additional questions? Okay, so I guess I need to ask someone to move the motion, because we haven't. Second? Final discussion. Seeing none, I'm going to ask folks to vote on the motion. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We're moving. Okay. That's what
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Harneen. Update on level 5.
Great. We look forward to that. That would be great. All right, we're going to turn it to you to talk about PARCC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the materials for this are behind tab 3. This has been a continuing discussion, so board members who are ongoing board members, this is an update. There are no decisions to be made today. We are moving toward a decision point a year from now, next fall, when we'll have the second year of information from many districts trying out the PARCC assessment. 2 years of experience with the PARCC assessment, a lot of empirical data as well as qualitative feedback from folks who have worked with the PARCC assessment, and it will be this board's decision as to whether or not PARCC then becomes the state's new MCAS or whether the legacy MCAS continues from this point forward. Couple of points before I turn it over to Jeff and Bob and Bill and Maureen. First of all, I had the pleasure Saturday of opening a conference. We had Teach Plus sponsored a conference, had about 250 teachers. Very strong representation from Boston, but not limited to Boston. It was held at the UMass Boston campus. And the conference was specifically to get feedback from teachers based on sample items, based on their experience, to advise the state as we implement the PARCC assessment. We are giving districts a choice this coming spring of administering PARCC or MCAS. The sign-up is running about 60% selecting PARCC, about 40% selecting MCAS. I think you're going to see a little more data on this today. You're going to hear a little bit from Bill about contracts that are being set up to accomplish this spring's testing. One thing that was fascinating to me last spring, because I visited 4 or 5 schools while the assessment was being administered and then the PARCC field test, and then spoke with students afterward. One thing that I didn't expect, this was a surprise. I wish you'd asked this question last night. What surprised you, right? Was that students said, we like the fact that PARCC is timed. And when I asked them what they meant by that is, in many schools, when the days that MCAS is given, the whole day is devoted to MCAS. And even if virtually the whole class is done within an hour and a half, the whole day is devoted to MCAS. Some of that's because we don't put time limits on the MCAS. Some of that's for whatever reasons. The kids articulated this to me, that it is a 50-minute period, an hour and 15-minute period, and it was done, and they moved on. I hadn't expected that feedback. That was kind of interesting. I suspect that as this PARCC discussion, and pretty soon we'll talk about, we'll have times for the PARCC test based on the field test, as those times have been updated. But I can only anticipate that in addition to concerns about too much testing, you're going to hear people say this shouldn't be timed. We should allow open-ended time on this test. So you're going to hear everything in regard to time on this. So I'm going to stop my comments right there, Madam Chair, and turn it over to Jeff. To Bob. Bob?
Good morning, and welcome to the new board members and returning board members. You have an update on PARCC. I think we have some slides that will show some of what's happening with the choice to date. As you may recall, the choice opened last spring for districts to select whether they were going to do PARCC or MCAS in spring of 2015. And once June 30th rolled around, these choices now, when the districts make them, will be binding going forward. October 1st is the last day to make that choice. We have most of the districts at this point are in fact weighing in, and as you see, as the Commissioner mentioned, 60% are selecting PARCC, 40% are selecting MCAS. That's for grades 3 through 8, where in fact PARCC testing, if you're doing PARCC, you'd be testing all of those grades. Grades 9 and 11 are a different matter. Those are optional, whether you pick PARCC or not. It's a new kind of testing because unlike MCAS, where in 10th grade, you essentially have an end-of-domain test. It says, for all you learned up through grade 10 in English language arts and in math, We're going to give you an assessment. When we move to PARCC, these are end-of-course tests. In ELA, it's a little bit closer to MCAS because the topics don't change. You're just doing deeper and more rigorous work in reading, writing, and your analysis based on literature and narrative and the rest. But in math, you have a big shift because you will have tests focused on algebra, most typically taken in 9th grade, although many students will take it in 8th as well. You have a geometry end-of-course test, and actually you have an Algebra 2 end-of-course test as well. This is new, it's optional, and you see a smaller percentage of our districts are picking to choose to go forward with grades 9 and 11. Grade 10 is not on this chart because through the class of 2019, by vote of this board, we will continue to use MCAS for the competency determination. That means that in the spring of 2017, when students are in 10th grade, they will be taking MCAS. After that point, this board will be involved in discussions about whether we shift to PARCC and how, if we do that, PARCC might fulfill the role of a competency determination. But again, students in grade 10 this spring are taking MCAS, and they do not have the option of taking PARCC that year. If we could move on to the next slide. Interestingly, although a lot of our schools have a significant challenge when it comes to technology, the majority of schools that are selecting PARCC, the majority of districts, are selecting on a school-by-school basis to go with the computer-based tests. However, as they become more familiar with the demands of doing that, and a lot of effort is going into working with districts between now and the next several weeks to understand how well this will work in their schools, they can change their minds through October 31st. So the designation of a school that's doing PARCC to do it online or to do it paper and pencil is an issue that can be changed right up through October 31st as they get more information about what's involved. Move on. So I think that the Commissioner covered this. This is some updated information that continuing board members saw from last spring, except now it includes responses from the end-of-year testing. Your insights into this last spring were based on the performance-based assessments in the field test. But still, the story continued to be that the majority of students, a vast majority in ELA and a closer majority in math, preferred doing the test online. That students felt they had been taught the material that they were being tested on in both English language arts and math. Less than a third, a little more than a quarter of students responded that the ELA test was more difficult than their schoolwork, but well more than half, 61%, reported the math test was more difficult. And as you see on these three bullets, in each of them, math tends to be more challenging and create more of a shift for our students. This was, to some extent, to be anticipated from the standards. The standards are, in fact, challenging. The performance assessments are going deeper into math, and the kinds of problems students have to solve require some real thinking and reflection and problem solving. That said, there was also the confounding variable that there were new tools on the online test, calculator and an equation editor that several students were not as familiar with as they can or need to be. And that contributed to some of the challenges they encountered in the math. So another question came up. We don't do keyboarding skills in many schools until you move into upper elementary or middle school, yet the vast majority of students in ELA found it easy to type answers. In math, again, it's a little bit more than half. And again, we believe that equation editor and some of the tools contributed to those challenges. There were problems during the field test, but then again, that's why you do a field test, to put everything to the test, not just the items. And remember, it was the items being tested, not the students. The students, in fact, were helping us decide which items are good enough to keep and which are not. But we learned a lot of problems in administration of the test and how schools were able to connect to the technology. All of those have been front and center since that point to find solutions to provide better supports to schools. Students felt it was easy to navigate the test, and unlike MCAS, where you're either on an IEP and you get accommodations or you take the regular test, PARCC has something called accessibility features, which are a whole wide array of extra features any student can invoke. You don't need to be on an IEP. If you want larger print, you get larger print. If you have a trouble with the color of the background, the click, and you can change that. So there's a lot of accessibility features. Most students mentioned they were easy to use. So the test was administered primarily by teachers, although a number of technology staff in districts and schools got involved as well. Not a surprise, since we don't do large-scale testing online in this state until PARCC. Over 80% had never administered a computer-based test in the past. But an important observation from the test administrators, as they watch their students take the test and the time they needed to give them, you have both expected time. We have that in PARCC. We have that in MCAS. That's the amount of time we expect the majority of students to be able to finish the test, and then you give extra time. And as you see here, 29% said none of the students needed more than the expected time. A little less than half said about a third of their students needed more time, and 28% said a majority of their students needed more time. What we did learn is that 98% of the students were finishing these tests sooner, earlier, far earlier than the time plus the extra time that they were allotted. There are a lot of support issues in the field tests. That's the last bullet, where the training and support did not rise to the level that they expect and they're accustomed to with MCAS. We give good support to districts, and those are being addressed quite vigorously, and the contractor will be held to a higher level of accountability in providing support and training.
Thank you. We're open for comments and questions. Donald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just two questions here. Now, you said that students were able to finish 29% of students didn't need extra time or additional time, so they finished within the expected time. But do we know exactly how many students were able to finish with the expected and extra time, and then how many students were not able to finish it with either of those?
So that's data we're right in the middle of living with right now, and really getting our heads around the impact both across all of PARCC and trying to understand how this played out in our own state. So what we are seeing is about 3/4 of the students were finishing the test within the expected time, and 98% were finishing it well before that time and a half that they were given, with that, the extra 50%. So this test was getting completed in less time by the vast majority of students than we had originally predicted. I should note that when we were setting times for the field test, we set them pretty high for this reason. Students hadn't taken it before. We didn't actually know how much time it would take. And we wanted them to put all the items to the test. So we didn't want to truncate the field test, but we gave much more time on the field test than students appear to have needed.
And then my second question would be, so you said that PARCC testing versus MCAS testing, they had until October 1st, or when was the deadline?
October 1st to make a final choice for their district. Are we doing MCAS or PARCC this spring?
Okay, and then with that, you said that was binding. However, the version of the test that the schools take, whether it be paper or online, is that choice also binding? Because I know some schools may find that last minute they cannot accommodate the number of students.
So that we need to set a deadline of October 31st. So even though a number of schools have said we're doing it online or we're doing paper, they can change their minds right up through October 31st. The reason for the October 31st deadline is that's when we have to start actually load the whole registration process and all the data to get ready for testing that's going to begin in just a couple of months.
Thank you.
I think I've asked this before, but I can't remember the answer. So this year, we will have for MCAS results and for some schools, PARCC results. How are we going to work that into our overall accountability system?
Yeah, so a couple of general principles. First of all, regardless of whether a student takes MCAS or PARCC, the student and parents will get a report on the results. Every school in every district will get a report on their results, regardless of which test they take. We'll have the data. This is one of the goals of having a year where we've split the state through their choice in administering one or the other tests. We'll have the data to compare how scores on the legacy MCAS match up against scores on the PARCC assessment. So we'll be able to kind of maintain trend lines, tell folks based on if you took PARCC based on your results, here's how it would compare to if it had been MCAS. We have given districts that are administering PARCC a hold harmless so that they because it's the first year we're giving PARCC for real operationally as opposed to just a try out a field test, and we haven't seen the standards yet. We've said if in fact your performance dips because of the PARCC assessment, we won't lower your accountability rating, but you'll still get the data that would tell you that your performance had dipped. I'm not sure if that's responsive to the question. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just some general questions around how do you know, well, I don't remember the discussion when MCAS first came out, but how will you know when you've got it right? How will you know? So why just 1 year of field testing, I guess is my question. Why don't we, or 2 years? You know, how will you know? What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Well, you know, first and foremost, the question is this test assessing the right stuff? So what's the right stuff? Well, we have new curriculum frameworks in ELA and math, and we want to know, is this assessment doing a good job of measuring the expectations that are laid out in those frameworks? Second of all, is it a test that students find engaging and that they're able to encounter and demonstrate what they can, their thinking skills, their knowledge, their application of math, and et cetera, et cetera. Third of all, we've set a standard, we've made a commitment that we won't embrace an assessment that lowers academic expectations compared to MCAS. So we'll also, another benchmark for us will be, are the expectations on the PARCC assessment at least as strong in terms of performance as it is on the MCAS. So we'll look at all of that information. We'll also look at qualitative information from districts that have administered the PARCC assessment. Is this in fact a step forward? Does this represent the kinds of things that we aspire to for our students? And then the final piece that's a feature of PARCC that was not part of MCAS is this question of will the test give parents and students and educators more accurate information about whether their students by the time they get to 11th grade, are in fact meeting the expectations that higher education and employers have for them. Because MCAS was not designed to do that, and as a result, we have this contradiction where 90% of students are hitting proficient on 10th grade MCAS, and 40% of our students who go to public campuses are being told they're not ready for college level work.
If I can add one footnote to that, the Commissioner mentioned earlier that, see if I can get my train of thought back in order. Karen, I'm in the same place of a brief brain cramp. We are the only state that's taking a second year to look at whether this test is good enough for our state. All other PARCC states are using only the field test data, but field test data was really answering questions about whether the items were good enough. The operational test will give us much richer information about how our students are doing against the array of standards, and that's where that second year kicks in. The urgency then comes from making sure we're doing the right signaling about students. Are they, in fact, ready for the next grade and ready for what happens after high school?
Yes, Henning.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. One is many of us get a lot of emails as board members from different organizations about PARCC. And there's been obviously a lot of national conversation and debate about this test and about whether states should be engaging and going down this path. I think it would be useful, Madam Chair, if the board had kind of was brought a little bit up to speed on what's happening around the country about this, so that we kind of have a picture of where it's going forward, states that have left, why states are leaving. I know some of it's political, but I think it would be useful for us to have a full picture. My second question is, and I'm not really sure how you get at this data, but one of the kind of some of the feedback I've heard from different administrators in different districts who have dealt with, who have been administrators of PARCC, who have been dealing with the PARCC, is that it's very uneven whether they think the computer is better or not, and it's all based on how much screen and keyboard time their school or their kids have had before they're taking PARCC. And so I guess I'm just wondering, from a board perspective, what kind of data is possible to get for us to have a better picture of the students who took PARCC this last time, and I guess next time, how much what is their computer knowledge before what's their comfort on the keyboard before they even take PARCC? You know, so I can understand a little bit about what's going on, because that was obviously, when the vote on PARCC happened, my biggest concern is about the technology, or one of my biggest concerns was about the technology piece. And I also am concerned from an equity lens, how this is playing out in our districts where there's higher poverty than our districts of more affluence. So the urban districts, I know there was a lot of shuffling last year in different districts to either buy notebooks or grab computers, set them up, classrooms in schools, move them here, move them there. It just sounded very like not a good use of resources or time. I'm concerned that that's not the status quo of what we're setting up for our urban districts. But I am wondering, when you've looked at the readiness of districts, how that readiness for PARCC aligns with the socioeconomic status of those districts. And I think that would be useful information for us to have and to see. Thank you.
David, did you?
It was the same question. I was simply, it was a little more specific, but the same notion, Honey, advances. In districts that chose PARCC but chose the paper application, is it your sense that the driving force in that decision was they did not feel themselves ready in terms of their technological capacity?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And knowing that, do we have a sense of the socioeconomics of that? Or did those districts tend to be districts that were resource poorer? Did it fall out in that way? Because already we have a little bit of a trend in how this may play out, right?
So this is a set of information from the field tests that we're right in the middle of studying, and we will be able to report out on these questions more fully over the coming weeks. We don't have that today.
Because it would be, as we have been from the beginning on this, it would be a cruel irony that in our effort to close the achievement gap, we adopt a mechanism that in its very nature advantages districts that have more resources and disadvantages districts that have less resources. And to the extent we proceed in this direction, we have to constantly ask the questions Haneen is asking leading up to that ultimate decision. Because really, how can we, in the end, make a determination where we get an F from the national assessment of how we're doing with technology? Where are we putting our money where our mouth is and preparing districts to do this? And we end up finding out it is better. I mean, the kids' survey that you guys presented, it's very clear the direction where there's the great capacity to go online and the utility and ultimately less intrusive, better information, less intrusive into schools, right? That's the great potential of this. And yet we have not prepared for an equal distribution of this opportunity. And I think that's our big, that has to be the question we're constantly asking and ultimately should drive us at the end as to whether we can move forward with this. So.
Karen, did you want
to comment? What is also curious to me is, I know that at the end of the year, well, last year there was a mad dash, as Harneen points out, for districts to purchase the Chromebooks and the instruments for administering the park. And I don't know if this is something we can find out or know is, considering we got the F, are districts now using technology more in their classrooms as a result, or are they just putting them away and letting the dust collect and then pulling it out once it's time for park?
Yeah.
So, you know, has that helped? I don't know if we have a way of finding that out, but it just was interesting to know.
Yeah, if I could just comment, you know, we're obviously very much concerned with getting our districts up to high technology standards. We've got a number of initiatives underway. Governor included $5 million from the IT bond bill in the capital spending plan for this year, and we're getting ready to release a request for proposals for a pilot project to distribute that money. We are working with Mass IT, the state's information technology office, on providing blanket contracts and pre-approved vendors that will make it easier for districts to buy technology and buy the support for that technology. We're trying to prepare for the availability of federal E-rate dollars that we are expecting from the Federal Communications Commission sometime next year. The real issue around this technological divide and the haves and the have-nots, it's not for the testing. It's for instruction. The districts that don't have the technology, those kids are at a disadvantage because we're not preparing them to go into the workplace where they're going to have computers on their desk.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so that's
We all agree with that.
That's why we're using PARCC as the leverage and the impetus to do that. But the real need is to make sure we've got technology in the classrooms so that kids can learn to use technology.
I concur fully with Deputy Commissioner Wulfson. This is really about the IT bond bill is about increasing technology for the use of technology. And we can say, you know, I talked to you about the field school in Weston and how, you know, no disrespect, but no one has computers on their desks anymore. I mean, we're essentially walking around with tablet devices, and those are how we're connecting. And, you know, this, what we used to be called smart boards are now like, you know, Apple TVs that are these crazy, that aren't even boards anymore. And it's just this screen and this thing, and I don't even know how it works, but it's amazing. And the kids are happy, and it's just awesome. So to answer your question, I'm seeing the best investment in technology I've seen in the Commonwealth is in Worcester County. And Worcester County. So from north to south, from Rhode Island to New Hampshire, you go visit the schools in Worcester County, and you go, oh my God, they're doing one-to-ones. You know, it's everyone's stolen a page out of you know, the leading district Burlington and out of their book, and they're doing help centers and really cool stuff. So I want you to see that, and I'll bring you to see that. Real quick, I just tweeted out on, I didn't tweet, but WGBH. I'll be on WGBH at 12:04 today. And one of the hot button topics that they're asking is PARCC. So I'm going to be asked about PARCC today at 12:04. I'm asking you, what would you say to our loyal listeners, the loyal people out there in the street who fund public education? What would you say about PARCC if you had 30 seconds to say something? Now, I know what I thought about saying, but I figured I would ask you, and I would take your opinion back to the studio, because I do have a face made for radio.
I would say, Secretary, that if we're going to maintain our leadership in K through 12 education, we need to make sure we have a state assessment that measures the skills that we're teaching in our classrooms and that kids need to know.
Well said. Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions, if I could. In looking at the data, I saw that, you had a question here, how often was it hard to understand the directions and questions for the questions on this test? And 85% of the people in the math test and 68% in the ELA said, always, almost always, most of the time, or at least some of the time. So that's what the pretest is for, I assume, is to figure out the issue. And I also saw that students had a hard time highlighting or changing their answers or doing drop and drag. That's facility with a computer. You don't do that the first time you're at a computer. And so I assume that's what this process is about, is to try to fix this. The same way as Hanine talked about with the teachers and administrators not having the facility to help kids when they got into trouble. So all of that is the plan for this year between now and when it's given in the spring.
And I think that was one of the driving forces why so many districts have elected to go with PARCC next year. We were actually a bit surprised. We thought we'd have to encourage a lot more. But I think what we heard back from superintendents is they know this is the direction we're going in, whether it's PARCC or another test. It's going to look a lot like PARCC. It's going to be online. It's going to use these kinds of features. And the sooner we can start getting our kids used to that, the better off we're going to be as a district.
So just a couple other things I'd be curious about is what the impact of paper and pencil versus computer in terms of taking that. Is there a disparate effect? I'm not asking the answer, but I mean, it's something we probably want to look at.
Yeah, we certainly do believe we can equate the two. We've got a lot of psychometricians who are trying to control for differences there.
Right, and obviously the concern is socioeconomically low-income kids who haven't had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with technology. It will have a difficult time, using some of the components of this test, and how are we thinking about that? Then the last concern I have, and maybe I don't understand this, so I'll ask, is we're expecting this board to vote at this time next year on whether to go with PARCC or MCAS. What will we have before us to make that decision? Because right now, we don't have all the data from the test in the spring. When will we have the data for the test this coming spring? Will it be in time to and analyze in a way that can answer a lot of questions that you heard around the table so that we can make an intelligent decision?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I'll answer that. And so we won't ask you to take that vote until you have the data. So it's likely that it won't be ready for September. It's likely that might be an October or a November discussion. It's also likely that next fall's release of results, parents, schools, and districts, will not be as timely as this year because we'll have the two testing programs to produce the reports for, so it's likely to be a little bit later. But we do expect to bring you kind of a full array of input before asking you to make that decision.
But I would also caution that we shouldn't be looking at this at the lens of, well, how do the kids do as being the test? We know this is going to be a more challenging test. As the Commissioner indicated before, we want to make sure that the items are measuring the right skills, that schools are comfortable in administering it, get the feedback from the teachers.
Absolutely. I don't think any of us are talking about
But there's going to be a bit of a culture shock when
But we
people
are talking about a disparate impact on poor kids because they don't have the facility with technology. We're not talking about whether or not the underlying knowledge is what we should be testing, and that's really the concern. We had
You know,
several
if-
people are trying to
Yeah,
get into this discussion.
If I might, that's a very interesting question, the disparate impact question, and an important one. It's unclear to me whether putting the technology in front of kids who have disabilities or English is not their first language actually is an enabler. I wish there was a way to let you watch a session that was being administered. It's fascinating because when I went to the schools, Burlington was one, but I went to Revere, I went to Malden, I went to Boston to watch kids taking the test. So kids from low-income backgrounds, kids as young as third graders, kids as high as juniors in high school, kids who are second language learners, kids with disabilities. And pretty universally, they found it engaging in a way that sitting there with a paper and pencil test
absolutely.
was not. And the worries of adults about whether kids have sufficient familiarity are not shared by kids. It's pretty amazing. Now, the other one of the features that's pretty neat about the online is, and there's several, right? I mean, the kids are prompted as to which items they finish, which they haven't, encouraged to go back through the electronic process. But at the end, when they're done with their session, they immediately respond to a survey about that experience, about what they found difficult, what they didn't, whether they understood, what they didn't, whether the technology was a problem or not. So there's a tremendous array of data from the kids themselves that we're looking at from the program.
I would be surprised if there's any kid anywhere who wouldn't say, I'd rather be at a computer than a paper and pencil test. These kids have never seen a landline. You know, I mean, they're in a whole different world. Yes?
Great discussion. I'm going to remove myself. The Undersecretary of Education for the Commonwealth will come sit here. He has some comments that he'll make for me on the issue of the regulatory issue with restraint. I do want to say before I leave, the board member who is not here, Ms. Calderon, I was pleasantly surprised on Sunday when I was watching the Patriots game that I saw her awarded for her work in her professional career on the 50-yard line with Bob Kraft and one of the most famous linebackers in the history of the game, Andre Tippett, defensive end linebacker. And I would just want to congratulate her, and she's not even here today. But it was just very interesting. Out of the corner of my eye, oh my God, there's board member Vanessa Calderon on the 50-yard line. Someday that will happen for each of you by service on this board. I thank you for the service to the Commonwealth, and you now get Jim DiTullio's face for radio.
Okay, why don't are there any other comments here? We're going to have to move on if we can. James.
Very quickly.
No, James, go ahead.
So very quickly, a couple of things that I think. First of all, I think one of the questions that Secretary Malone is going to be asked is what are the comparative costs between MCAS and PARCC? So I think he might want to prepare himself for that. But my question is, we've been told all along that we are testing the test. And so if we're testing the test and we find that there are aspects of the test that aren't working, what's the mechanism for changing the test? If this is a national strategy, so how do we influence the national strategy, the national test that will be ultimately used?
Associate Commissioner Liz Davis, who lives in PARCC as much, in fact, in some ways more than she gets to spend time here, is in the thick of that now. For several weeks, they've been going through rejecting items that just didn't perform the way they were supposed to. Now, every one of those items was seen by 12 educators before it got on the field test, and still the data says to us, some of these were not good enough, they have to go. We also saw the opportunity to make some little design changes here and there. In some grades, we believe we can have less items. We believe we can have less sessions. So all of that information now is adding up to tightening up the test, making it better, make it actually respond to its purposes, which are how are our students doing against the standards and what we've learned to date. And that's a process that will go on every year. But right now, this is the big one with all the results we have from the field test.
So what I'm hearing James say, though, is this is not our test. So we can contribute what we believe, or does each state control PARCC testing?
It is a common test.
Right.
But no state has more staff in the thick of these issues than ours, but
No,
we don't control.
I totally understand that the commissioner's in charge, but that's not my question.
We substantially influence it, but we don't control.
Yeah, we substantially influence, but I don't control it. That's what I wanted to know.
But I do want to add one additional piece, Madam Chair, and James, there is a governing board structure for PARCC. We're a member of the governing board. We're a member of the executive committee of that governing board. I chair that governing board. Right. And Richard Freeland, our higher education commissioner, chairs the higher ed board. So we are very much in the driver's seat with this assessment, along with our other states.
Yep. Other comments? Donald, and then we're going to move on.
So very quickly, I just wanted to say I agree 100% with what Karen said and what Harneen said about whether or not they express it explicitly in a survey. We really should evaluate somehow, are these students comfortable with the test? So would it be possible to see or give a test of how they are comparatively on a keyboard and how they are testing on a computer? And if we see that they're not doing well, are we able to put out a recommendation by the state or from the state that says we recommend that students are given more time on a computer because, as we had discussed earlier, a lot of these students aren't given the opportunity to use a computer or develop skills on a computer until their late elementary, even early middle school grades. So I definitely think that if we could get more exposure to the students, that would be helpful to them when taking this test if we do adopt it.
Yeah, I just to close, Madam Chair, I'd like Bill Bell, who's our Associate Commissioner for Finance and Operations, just to give you a quick update on we're setting up the contracts to administer the test this spring, so I just want you to be aware of that. So, Bill?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just quickly, to make all this happen, there are two key contracts that need to be executed. The biggest and the key one is our operational assessment contract, the multi-state collaborative that the Commissioner chairs. PARCC has selected Pearson Education. All the states involved in the consortium are executing individual contracts based on a procurement that was let with cooperative authority across the states, by the state of New Mexico. So a number, I believe 3 states to date have finalized their contracts. We are very close here in Massachusetts. We're just fine-tuning a few optional services with our student assessment staff that will finalize the contract. We hope to have that in place in the next week, 2 weeks at the latest.
And I think we probably would like the answer at some point, the cost differential between MCAS and PARCC at some point. So
just to reveal, it looks like PARCC will be less expensive per student to administer than MCAS is.
Right.
That includes score.
Everything.
That's everything. Production of it, scoring, reporting, et cetera. Yes.
Okay, when we're clear of that, maybe you can come back and let us know.
Sure.
And
just, I'm sorry. Just lastly, as the Commissioner said, states don't generally work well together. Everyone has its own sovereign.
Right.
Look at our districts. But
Yeah.
to that extent, a multi-state contract is also being worked on for project manager, program manager, service integration support for the states. That was led by the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island has executed a contract with an organization known as PARCC Inc., not to get too PARCC on you, but PARCC Inc. is a nonprofit corporation formed to further the interest of the state consortium. We are working with PARCC this week, and we should have our contract in place before the 1st of October.
Right. And just in doing this contract, we're going to be sure that with this contract and the next contract that we won't be caught in a time frame where we have to make a decision before we have all the information, right? I mean, we're all in agreement, I assume. Yes.
The
Jeff
commissioner
shaking
spoke
his
to
head
that
yes.
earlier.
I take that as a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I see people sort of would like to take a 5-minute break. And let me suggest before you go is that we'll come back into the level 5 schools, and I would suggest we move up on the agenda, if there's no objection, the proposed regulations, because I know a lot of people are interested in that, and then we'll go on with the agenda, if that's okay, without objection. Okay, let's take a break. Item, Commissioner, I'm sure this is yours, talking about PARCC. Thank you.
This is ours, Madam Chair.
Sorry, ours.
This is ours. Again, in the spirit of keeping the board updated on this year with PARCC and the decisions that you'll have to make and the tryout, the second year of our so-called test drive, we're bringing to you another update. I don't think you need a lot of background on what PARCC is, but at the table you have Jeff Wulfson, you have Liz Davis on the right, who is our Associate Commissioner for Assessment. I don't know that all board members have had a chance to meet Liz. And you have Chris Malone, who is Assistant Superintendent for the Revere Public Schools. Revere is a district that did a pretty deep dive last spring with the PARCC assessments and is administering them this year, and I think has a pretty strong conviction about the need to make sure that their students experience what the world after high school is going to expect of them anyway. So, Jeff, I'm going to turn it to you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. The first few slides you have in your slide packet, I'm going to skip over real quickly. It's just background information for you. We talked a lot about this last month, about the history of the board's engagement with the business community, with higher ed, to ensure that our standards, curriculum standards, are preparing students for success after high school, and then from there moving into a partnership with other states to develop an assessment that's aligned with those curriculum standards. So you can browse that at your leisure, but we want to bring you up to date on where we are in the project today, and then have a special focus on technology readiness, because we know that's a concern to us, and it's a concern to you as well. Just to remind board members that we are about halfway through what the Commissioner refers to as the 2-year PARCC test drive. Last spring, we administered field tests of the PARCC assessments in a sampling of our schools. These were not for results at the student or school level. This was simply testing the test and figuring out where the bugs are, looking at the quality of the items being tested. This coming spring, we will be using PARCC in a fully operational mode. We'll talk a little bit more about the choices the districts have made, but districts will be giving either PARCC or MCAS as their formal state assessment. And then a year from now, this board will be asked to make a decision on whether we want to adopt PARCC for our mathematics and English language arts assessment going forward. This slide I want to spend a moment on, just because there's often a lot of confusion about who or what PARCC is. PARCC is a consortium of currently 13 states that came together with some seed money from some foundations and from the U.S. Department of Education to develop an assessment, recognizing that we could each develop our own math and English tests separately, but it wouldn't be a particularly effective way of doing it. We all had a need and a desire to develop a next generation test, and so we were going to see if we could do this as a cooperative effort. Park is governed by a governing board with representatives from each of the governing states. Our commissioner is the chair of the governing board. The members of the governing board serve without any additional pay. They are just the policy directors for the project. There is also a state leads committee that consists of the assessment directors in the various states. Liz represents Massachusetts, and of course, as the state with one of the most highly respected assessments, the other states very much look to us for guidance. Liz, in fact, has been spending a lot of time in recent weeks with the other state leads in reviewing the field test results and helping to put together the operational tests for next spring. The park assessments are administered with the help of two outside contractors. The first is an organization that is called, confusingly, PARCC, Inc. It is a private, nonprofit organization that was set up for the specific purpose of helping to provide the project management services for the assessment. It was a spin-off from Achieve, a group that many of you are familiar with, that's involved in a number of national education initiatives, but PARCC, Inc. has now become its own separate organization. PARCC, Inc. has its own board of directors, executive directors, and staff, and it works closely again with staff from each of the participating states. The other major contractor is our testing contractor, which is currently held by Pearson. They are the ones who we are engaged to actually put the test together, to score the test, to provide the results to districts. Just as with MCAS, we've always had an MCAS testing contractor. That can change over time as contracts rebid. Each of the participating states contracts individually with those two entities, with PARCC, Inc. and with Pearson. For each of those procurements, we've designated a lead state to handle the procurement, going through their public procurement practices, and then the other states join up with that, following each individual state's procurement requirements. So that's the constellation of people and organizations that are involved in this project. We had a question last month's board meeting on the status of the states that are participating in PARCC. Initially, back in 2010, when the consortium was put together, there were 11 states that signed on to be governing states and committed to giving this a real test drive. 15 others that sort of came along for the ride. They were not ready to make any kind of significant commitment, but were interested in participating in the work. In the intervening years, we've had some states added, some have dropped out. Obviously, this has been a subject of great controversy nationally. It's gotten caught up in political debates over the Common Core. In some states, there are budgetary issues because their current state assessments cost less than what PARCC is projected to cost. That's not the case here in Massachusetts. But today we have 13 governing states, although two of them, Louisiana and New York, are not expected to be administering the test this spring. Again, that's fluid. That will change over time if and when PARCC is fully proven and used. Its options will be available for other states to join the consortium.
If I might, just to, give you in sports they have the color commentator. I'm the color commentator here, the political commentator. The politics on this in some states are so furious. So New York and Louisiana. New York, Governor Cuomo just made a comment in the last 48 hours that it'll be 5 years before the Common Core, before anybody has to deal with the Common Core in New York State. People trying to figure out what he was saying about that. And then in Louisiana, you've got just an incredible face-off between the State Board of Education and their commissioner with the governor. The governor wants to pull the state out of the Common Core and PARCC, and you got the State Board of Education firmly behind their commissioner, saying, no, we're moving ahead. So they may very well implement this year, but again, these issues have nothing to do with anybody's assessment of the quality of what's being done. They have everything to do with political calculus.
So if we can be clear, there are now 11 states that are going to administer PARCC this year. Is that right?
That is correct.
And are other states, New York and Louisiana, are not administering PARCC that's in this list of 13?
Louisiana may very well. New York is not going to.
And are we the only one in this group that's doing both?
We're the only, great question. I should have teed that up. We are the only state that is not all in this coming spring. Every one of those other states.
It's the only one they're giving.
That's right.
And the competing PARCC group, what's the name of it? Smarter. How many, what's?
Smarter Balance Consortium.
Smarter Balance. I thought that was like an
It's a
alternative
cereal
for
or
butter.
something. Yeah,
Smarter
right.
Balance.
That's what I always think.
How many states are in the Smarter Balance Coalition, and are they, where are they in the process?
They're also building their test and
Do they have a
preparing-
test yet, like PARCC has? Are they sort of?
Yes, they will be field test, they will be operational this spring.
This spring?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number of states.
It's more though, right? It's in the 20s, I think, right?
I'd have to look that up, I'm sorry.
So, yeah.
I think that's true.
Yeah. Because I guess one of the concerns I would have is if PARCC states shrink in terms of numbers, the cost will increase.
That's certainly true, that, and we'll talk next month more in detail about that. We're still better off, again,
Right.
even if it's only a dozen states compared to doing it ourselves. But again, I think that number is going to be fluid over time as states see the results of both of those tests
And see the results of the November 4th elections.
Well.
Because unlike Massachusetts, a lot of the people I spent last week with in Denver are totally dependent on who's elected governor in their states.
That's very
Because
true.
they're coterminous with states. So what's the goal today? So a lot of us have spent a lot of time on PARCC.
Okay, so I just want to finish running through, again, an update, and then I want to give Chris an opportunity to talk about the challenges that Revere faced in delivering PARCC on a technology platform, because we know that's an issue.
But
So-
just in the long run, Madam Chair, to your question, we would like the board to feel comfortable by next fall that when we bring you a recommendation, that you've got sufficient grounding and understanding of the project, what it is, information about from the districts that have participated and so forth, that you're ready to make that decision.
And what we're going to do is each month we're going to focus on a different topic to focus on rather than trying to give you the complete picture every month. So if you look at slide 13, I believe it is, over the next 4 months, these are the topics we're going to be focusing on. Today we're going to talk about what choices districts have made for next spring and on technology readiness. Next month we're going to be focusing on the testing time issue and the cost projections. In December, we'll talk about what the process and timeline will be for next summer and fall's evaluation. In January, we're going to bring in some of our PARCC fellows to actually run through some of the sample tests that are available and show you what the test looks like and talk about how it relates to instruction in their schools.
So let me make a comment here. I think the agenda ought to reflect, and time spent on it, reflect our priorities. We're spending an awful lot of time talking about testing. So I would caution us to spend a great deal of every meeting talking about testing, because it does indicate what your priorities are when you spend a lot of time on the agenda. So clearly it's something that's important to us.
And there's a big decision the board's going to have to make, but I will certainly try to be brief so we can hear from Chris.
No, I'm just talking about going ahead at all the meetings. We need an update, but how much time we spend at each meeting on PARCC, I would, we should do what we need to do, but.
So in your packet, beginning with slide 15, is data on the choices that districts have made for next spring. As the Commissioner indicated before, every district was able to receive the choice that it asked for. We've got overall 54% of the districts have chosen to administer PARCC, 46 will be administering MCAS, and we think that's a really good balance for evaluation purposes. And again, I won't go through the detail, but you can see what some of the individual districts' choices have been. A substantial majority of the districts that are choosing PARCC are choosing to use computer-based testing in all or some of their schools. The PARCC districts have the choice of administering by school either the computer version or the paper version. We also took a look at what choices districts were making based on the poverty level of districts. In general, high poverty districts were actually selecting PARCC at a higher rate than low poverty districts, but were tending to select the paper-based version more than the low poverty districts, which again reinforces the concerns that we all have that we need to work hard to make sure our districts are ready. PARCC will be giving a paper-based option for the next few years at least, so districts that aren't ready technologically will still have that option. Dr. Calderon-Rosado. Which one?
On the previous one?
Yeah.
So we have two not high poverty and two high poverty each. So is last year versus this year comparison?
No, this is
What are we looking at?
This is just the choice for next spring.
Districts versus schools.
Oh, I'm sorry, students.
Oh,
The left
okay,
side
gotcha.
is based on numbers of districts, and then the right side is based on number of students in those districts.
And I heard you said that the high poverty districts are choosing PARCC more as reflected here, more than MCAS, but they're choosing the paper version.
Right. They tend to be choosing PARCC. Of those choosing PARCC, they tend to be selecting paper-based versions. Still a significant number taking the computer-based version, but clearly there are some that are feeling that they're not ready for it yet.
So as part of the discussion today, we will be talking about the technology
That's
upgrades.
what we want to
Okay, thank you.
absolutely get to.
So Jeff, if I'm not mistaken, the districts who choose PARCC are going to be held harmless in the spring.
They will still receive student and
Right.
school scores, but in
Won't
terms of our
count
state
toward-
accountability system, those districts can improve their standing, but will not slip back as a
Which could
result.
have an indication of why some districts, an influence on why some
I'm
districts
sure
did
that
move.
was a factor. But, anecdotally, we're also hearing a lot of superintendents recognizing that whether it's PARCC or some other version of a next-generation test, this is where the state is moving, and they want their students and teachers to be exposed to it.
Madam Chair, just a quick clarification. You've given us the breakdown by number of districts. Maybe I missed it, but is there a breakdown by number of students? Because some of the big boys have chosen PARCC, and I'm guessing that, some of these districts have
Boston, of course,
thousands of
has
students.
chosen PARCC. The right-hand side is based on numbers of students. Worcester and Springfield were also given the option of making the selection by sorry. There we go. On the right-hand side is the selection by students, and Worcester and Springfield are both giving a mix of some schools PARCC, some MCAS. Boston, the level 4 schools we've asked them to give MCAS, but everybody else will be taking PARCC. So that obviously, yes, affects the total numbers. Last comment before I turn it over to Chris. It's the IT bond bill that we've talked about. We've got a $5 million pilot project going out. The RFP is out on the street now. We expect to make awards before Christmas for several pilot sites to demonstrate the opportunities for bringing technology infrastructure to districts. Again, we remind everybody that although PARCC is sort of the impetus for technology upgrades in schools, that's not the real need here. The real need is to provide a technology backbone that will help drive instruction, improve instruction, provide more tools for teachers. We obviously hope the pilot will be successful and will lead the new administration to release the remainder of the bond funds. Even the full amount of the bond funds certainly won't meet the full need in the state. The School Building Authority is working with us to establish standards for new school construction to incorporate the technology infrastructure as new buildings are built or buildings are renovated. We're coordinating with Mass Broadband Institute to make sure that the last mile project from the Commonwealth gets to the schools and that need it, particularly in the rural areas. Mass IT, the state's IT shop, is opening up a new office for municipal and technology services, and they're going to provide some assistance in procurement, which can often be a hurdle for districts to provide larger purchasing power and blanket contracts. And of course, we're following the E-rate discussions in Washington, the Federal Communication Commission, that we hope will bring some extra federal dollars for this purpose.
Donald, you had a question? Yep. So I'm going to need your help here, Jeff. But how many years are we going to offer the paper-based version of PARCC after it's released, if the board does adopt it next year? How many years will we give these schools to get the technology into their buildings, if they even can?
I don't think there's a final decision on that, but our sense is that districts want to put the technology in, so it's not a question of convincing them. We've got to provide the resources. It will likely be a 2 or 3 year period to do that. We're certainly not going to cut off the paper option until people are ready to do it.
So if a district isn't, even when there's a majority, if there's still a couple of districts that just can't get the technology, are we still going to be able to give them the paper version down the road is what I'm...
Yeah, I mean, I at some point we will get to all districts. I mean, that's our commitment.
Marianne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm trying to get my head around, in addition to educators and administrators having what they need, a lot of schools now don't do keyboarding. Is that part of their, so for children in 3rd grade, so is this part of
so the need for technology, and again, I want to get to Chris because he can really talk to this, is not only enhancing instruction in existing courses, but also, we've got to graduate kids from high school who are familiar with using computers because they're going to need to use computers in college and in their jobs. If you're coming from a suburban home, you probably already are getting that at home, but we want to make sure all our kids have that experience.
Yeah, I'm just, because I know the open response piece, when you're not able to keyboard and you're doing it.
That's one of the things that we're clearly analyzing is on the computer-based testing. It's actually been more on the math side that has been problematic because kids are not used to using those tools that we provided. So we're spending a lot of time looking at that.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Jeff. In terms of charter schools, how do they compare to districts in terms of selecting the administration of PARCC versus?
Good question. I don't know.
Do we have an answer for that?
We'll find out.
That'd be great. Thank you.
David?
Jeff, a lot of what we have grants going out for the connections, but a lot of, I think, what we heard back from districts is in terms of the hardware, right? In terms of the adequacy of the hardware, particularly in the bigger districts?
Yeah, I mean, we're focusing on what we call the infrastructure, the connections to the broadband lines, the internal wiring for a Wi-Fi network, the servers that are needed. What we expect is what has already started to happen and will continue to happen over the next few years is the end user devices are becoming cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So we're rapidly approaching the point where districts will be able to buy and replace those as they do textbooks now. I mean, it's literally you can get a tablet for the cost of a high school textbook. But
well, that's true. So we don't anticipate any of this additional money going toward that?
Our state dollars are targeted for the infrastructure, but we require a match, and we're allowing the districts to use their expenditures on the end-user devices to count as part of their match.
Again, this is an unfair question probably, but any idea of what percentage of districts need to get this connection done compared to how many are kind of all set with it? And is that any
Can
sense of
you
that?
pull a number out of the air? What percent of districts need significant help with? I'm looking to Ken. Yes.
So we have 408 districts and a little over 1,700 schools. Approaching 200 schools, maybe more.
I'm sorry, that lack the infrastructure?
They lack infrastructure. About 100% of schools in the state have internet access, but many of them have sufficient bandwidth to do the kinds of teaching and learning.
So that's really not, I mean, that's a doable, that's doable.
We absolutely, and by the way, other states have done this.
Yeah.
I mean, we are behind the curve
Yeah,
in
but that's
making this
better,
available.
that's honestly better than I would have thought.
So I'd like to turn it over now to,
Jim? Sorry, before you do, I mean, I echo everything Jeff has said and Ken has said, and, you know, EOE, IT, as well as Mass IT, has been working with Ken and Jeff and the department to roll out this initial $5 million pilot. But I think Jeff makes an important point. This is not, PARCC may have been an impetus for this, but this is not directly about PARCC. And the reason for that, although it is to some degree about assessment, and we've convened a local, shouldn't say a local stakeholders group, I'm mixing our agenda items, we convened a stakeholders advisory group on this particular IT bond pilot to get suggestions about where this funding could be used. And we've heard from superintendents and administrators and people from the school building authority and from teachers and parents and school committees. And we've gotten some very good perspective. And one of the things that's been most commonly expressed around the table, regardless of their position about PARCC or MCAS, has been whether the state adopts PARCC or whether we adopt a next generation assessment that isn't PARCC. Right now, the trend could not be clearer. And it's not even worth a bet because it's 100% chance that in the next 5 to 10 years, all major assessments will be online in some way, shape, or form. There will probably, I mean, the paper assessment is going to be a dinosaur fairly soon. So districts get that. They get that they need this, that whether it's about PARCC or about something else, improvements to technological infrastructure, whether it's devices or whether it's, wires and the things you don't see, is necessary, and the sooner we can get this money out, the better. And then we're hearing great input from the stakeholders that's informing this process. I wish we could send out more. $38 million is a great investment from the legislature. We needed to thank them for this. We could have had $300 million and probably still, not satisfied everything we need. But $38 million is a great start, and we're getting to, I think, improvements that these districts are going to need no matter what happens with PARCC.
What is the plan to train the folks who are administering PARCC this spring? Because clearly one of the things we read about was the trouble that administrators had in answering questions, which they could not. The kids had a problem, but so did administrators have a problem.
Well, we're hitting that hard. Maureen over there is putting together something with Burlington on December 4th, where Burlington School is hosting, they have up to 600 seats available, and people are bringing their computers and actually walking through what was working and what was hard for them and struggling. That's just the first. We also have Pearson. We're working with Pearson for administration workshops like we do with MCAS, but we will focus on the online. We have our team. We're building our team up. Bob Lee behind me is heading the team up of data and reporting in student assessment services. And his team has worked hard with Pearson to really know the system and then go out and do a train-the-trainer model. So we are working and trying to develop some regional sites so that we can have regional people, whether they're the DSACs, I was talking to Lisa Zeig earlier, or to be on hand. So we're trying. We know that that's a need. We've also, just to let you know, we worked with Pearson closely on enhancing and changing some things about the last delivery, so it's gotten a little better. So.
Right. Yeah, no, we understood that was happening with all of the feedback that
rolled out.
They were incorporated in some of the glitches. So you want to?
So let me introduce Chris Malone, who's
To that point. No, just again to remind folks. One of the.
We just have a problem with Revere. That's all. We don't want to hear about Revere.
Yeah, one of the values of the course that this board has settled on, where this spring is, again, a pilot, essentially, test drive, is it's another year to sort of get our arms around this and get up to speed. To the third grade question, I hope Chris covers it, because I watched third graders taking PARCC Online in ELA in Revere classrooms.
So Chris is assistant superintendent in Revere, and Revere is one of the leaders in among our urban districts in embracing technology, figuring out how to use it, how to administer it. So I asked him to come in and share some of their experiences with you and some of the challenges that they've faced and how they've dealt with that. And I think we'll find it instructive. Chris.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Guess it's always a good sign to be introduced 4 or 5 times. But thank you for this opportunity. And I think Revere's outlook on this process was a design and an opportunity to look at our approach towards technology-based instruction, which we've taken on for almost the past 10 years. And coupling that with the opportunity to pilot PARCC out fully in 3 of our 11 schools, we thought the most natural step, and certainly anticipate that whether it is PARCC or some other form of online testing, that we certainly see that as the continuum of our technology-based instruction. And we also felt we were in a fairly good situation since we had invested in our infrastructure over the past 10 years to support that instruction. We thought the leap to do that level of assessment made a lot of sense. We also didn't do this alone. We partnered with Burlington Public Schools to do a district-wide implementation of the PARCC pilot. We also met and worked with the Rennie Center to develop a comprehensive report out on the successes, what worked, what didn't work, to hopefully inform other districts who have to make these decisions. And also at the table was the Massachusetts Superintendents Association, MTA, and DESE. So this was quite a partnership to undertake as we looked at that. And I just wanted to go over a couple of elements that worked well, some that we were challenged by, and possibly some recommendations for further implementation. What we first noticed about the PARCC online testing was that it did grab student interest. Student responses to going through that pilot test phase was very positive. How much of that was the newness? How much of that was in relation to varying types of exposure to technology and now applying that to assessment? We're not sure. Certainly, most of our students in Revere are exposed to technology-based instruction during the day in different venues, so this wasn't a leap for them. But the outlook was very positive by students. The feedback was very positive. We also looked at our testing culture in Revere, which solely surrounded MCAS for the most part. And we were a little bit worried about the differences we would see with implementing a technology-based assessment compared to a paper-pencil-based assessment. Of course, we had our trials and tribulations, and certainly we had our glitches, but I think what our staff saw was the potential that online assessment that could be tailored and scheduled at a school level in the long term has the potential to be less intrusive to instruction than a blocked out significant period of time to paper and pencil. So we chose to administer the test through our school-based leadership. And that's who scheduled it, That's who designed it. That's who identified proctors and administrators. And we, on purpose, kind of did a contrast with Burlington, whose function was through technology, the technology department, to administer their assessments. And we purposely did this to kind of compare and contrast about what worked and what didn't work. Certainly, putting the average classroom teacher who may have a varying degree of technology experience in charge of a room of students taking an online test for the first time and looking at that teacher in the role of being the instructional expert, we oftentimes found roles reversed. The students were very comfortable. The students adapted very well. Our staff was very dedicated, very concerned, had obviously lived through a culture of high-stakes testing, and at first it was quite a learning curve. I think in Burlington, much of that was done by the technology department. In Revere, we focused on the classroom teachers. And although it was difficult at first, we do think we made significant progress during that pilot process, where the teachers became far more comfortable in testing the students' net element, far more technology aligned, particularly in troubleshooting technology glitches, which at first were identified as bring a technical expert on board, do we need to call Pearson, who do we need to get involved on this? By the end of that testing period, many of the teachers were making those on-the-spot corrections, adaptations, all by themselves. So we saw some progress on that. Obviously, we'd want the opportunity, as time goes on, to look at lessons learned, train those teachers up, work closely with Pearson so that we can make sure those glitches don't happen. One of the different elements we found out going through this process was also building a different relationship with the department. I don't want to embarrass anyone, but Bob Lee is sitting behind me, and Bob was a significant asset to Revere and Burlington during this process. And as a former building principal going through MCAS, usually your experience was calling the MCAS service center if you had a problem and you were told yes, no. We were able to actually develop a partnership with the department, and they helped us significantly navigate the Pearson assistance system and advocated for us with Pearson for day-to-day troubleshooting, aspects we were looking at, and the significant element around uploading student data, which immediately Bob and the department took an immediate interest in, heard what our building principals were saying about the amount of time, energy, and effort it took to upload the student data so that they could then transform that into student testing. And we're able to work out through Pearson future workarounds that I think will support this PARCC system, or whichever online system we're looking at, to be more successful in the future. Some of the issues that we ran into in barriers, particularly initially, again, our relationship now in this testing element changed from working with the department directly for answers to working with an outside agency, Pearson. There were some growing pains. I'm not sure at times Pearson was ready to take us on with the significance of issues that we had, and calling call centers and getting put on a priority list. We were very used to getting immediate answers, even through the MCAS service centers. Whether we liked the answer or not was a different story, but we got immediate answers. We were in test sessions sometimes on a wait line for a half hour as a test was going on, looking for an answer to a particular student's technology problem. The department heard that, the department advocated for that, worked with Pearson on that, certainly identified that problem with Pearson, and we're confident that issue was heard, and I know Bob has worked on it since. Some of the other challenges that were kind of hinted to is, although our students were familiar with technology-based instruction, the specific elements that were identified within the PARCC testing, such as math toolkits, equation editors, dialog boxes that self-expand as you enter in characters, they expand automatically, our students didn't have experience with. So I don't think those are overwhelming technology elements, but if we are able, as a state and as schools, look at those and implement those in our day-to-day instructional technology-based scenarios and prepare students in that way, I think will certainly remove some of the barriers that students may have during the test element and increase the ability for that exchange not to be a basis of technology knowledge, but a basis of true instructional knowledge so for the students to demonstrate. Key element, and I know what was just brought up was keyboarding. Burlington had made a significant investment due to the fact that working through the parameters of this, it was realized that iPads were not going to have the screen width to display the complete question for students, so that they would need an external keyboard to answer the question if utilizing an iPad. So we looked at that, we had that information. Burlington went out and purchased some keyboards, and what they realized during the testing is the students unplugged the keyboard and articulated all their answers on the iPad because they were used to doing that. And that's how they worked, and that's how they responded. And they were able to navigate the windows so that it wasn't the barrier that we thought it was. Here we thought about a fix, we thought about going in, and students actually reacted to it in a way that they were familiar to. As far as specific tools around keyboarding, what we found, particularly in the younger ages, is that students are working and learning keyboarding on predominantly phone-sized devices. And that's what they tend to utilize during that testing phase. Does that mean we shouldn't teach keyboarding? Does that mean? No, but I think it's just something we think about as we go into this and think about we want to put students in the best situation they can possibly be to demonstrate their knowledge in this type of assessment. Another quick barrier as we go through this, and I know this is a large topic and one that we had looked at the time, is that under the PARCC assessment for our special education students, math reference sheets are no longer allowed. Graphic organizers are no longer allowed. These are cultural shifts in how we work with students, how we perform instruction with students, and some of those elements we've traditionally provided in an assessment situation. And this was a shift as much for our students as for our staffs, and we're looking at ways to adapt in that, but there are other global changes that go along with this that aren't maybe specifically technology identified, but issues different in testing. Quick recommendations that we would look at from our perspective. Certainly the number one issue we would advise districts is to look at your infrastructure, look what your capability is. Again, we've been on a 10-year project with this and working with our municipality and sharing where we're housing services, when we're doing cable, when we're increasing bandwidth, not to just do this as a school or as a school district, but as a municipality to join and try to work together with on funding. And also have repetitive services available within the city and work together on that. Our wireless access points, significant upgrade that we've done over the past few years. How we manage our mobile devices. We're continually looking at what's next and what's going to happen. We have a one-to-one device implementation at the high school of iPads. We know that when we hand that freshman an iPad, that technology will be obsolete by the time they graduate. We know that. So we're trying to figure out what the next element will be. We would also look at trying to work with Pearson to look at as many elements of that test scenario, whether it's toolkits, whether it's equation editor, whether it's expanding dialog boxes, to make those available to us for instructional tools. Not just to learn how to test, but to shift some of our instruction to utilize some of those elements so students are far more familiar with it when we come to an assessment basis. We'd also want to work with the department to help Pearson improve their customer service on that element, and also look at long-term what that urban technology divide is for a city like Revere, where we don't have students walking into us who have experience with technology, who don't have internet access at home. urban districts who, if we're going to look at a one-to-one device implementation for our students, we know we're going to have to purchase that device for them. That's the only way we're going to have that happen. So it's another big reason why Revere wanted to be on the forefront of this and to look at those opportunities. We've learned a great deal. We appreciate the partnership that the department has taken on with us, and we certainly see a high potential for either PARCC itself or online assessment in general to have a significant impact on all of our students.
Questions, comments? Thank you. Donald, Penny.
Just not really a question, but a comment, and that is that every time the name Revere comes before us, I'm always blown away, and it's because the work that you guys do in Revere is outstanding. And I mean, I live in Revere, and so I've actually gone to see many students, and that's because many of them are my friends. And just the one-to-one program that you guys offer on the high school level alone has changed, at least to some of my peers, has changed their outlook on almost anything that they can do in school. They felt before that sometimes they were limited, and now they're limitless. And so I absolutely just, Revere High and just Revere Public Schools in general blow me away, and I'm actually excited to be able to do a school visit in Revere later today, and I can't wait to see what you guys do there in the school. And so thank you for everything that you do there.
Penny?
My question is, I think it's great if the equation editors and the expanding dialogue box can be integrated into instruction, but for school districts that can't do that, how much time do you think it would take to prep students specifically to be better at using those tools?
And that's a great question, because what we flip from in some of our technology classes that we use from middle school level on down was to look at some of those elements in preparation for the pilot. We now know a lot more because of the pilot than we did. I would anticipate either in the realm of the instruction in that content area or in technology classes, as long as those elements are available to utilize, I don't think it takes much time at all. And I think it'd be very easy. They're good elements. The equation element is our students hadn't seen it before. The dialogue box that expands is a great, we just haven't used it before. Same with the toolkit. So I think access to have that, to utilize that, and not just to learn it because it's going to be on the test, but to learn it because it's good instructional technology. I don't really think, as long as it's available, I don't think it would take much time at all.
Marianne, then we need to move on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments and your thoughts. I want to just go back briefly to the status of the PARCC states that we were talking about earlier, and through you, Madam Chair, to the Commissioner. I'm just curious, as Chair of the PARCC group, have you had thoughts about, I mean, the number of states that have gone, from PARCC to where we are now, so 26 to 13, so that's half. Do you feel, have you had some conversation around what happens if we get into single numbers? I haven't been part of those discussions. If we want to have a conversation offline, we can do that, but I just want to raise this publicly. I'm just wondering what our obligations are and, what we're committed to.
Yeah. Well, so right now we have 12 states, 11 states that are giving PARCC and are in contracts to give PARCC and are part of the process. It's a test that we, along with a number of other states, and Liz has been tremendous kind of backbone on the development of this test, have been developers of. So we can walk away from it. We can walk away from any contract situation. There's obviously some obligations and some, depending on how we walk away from a contract and such, there may be some penalties. But there's provisions in any contract for discontinuing a contract. But we're assuming that this is something that, if it proves its mettle this coming spring, that this is what we'll be bringing to you as a recommendation, right? Hopefully you've heard me say before, we were at the table from the beginning of the development of PARCC because we felt it was a great opportunity to build that next generation assessment. And we've put a lot of time and energy. Liz has led that development on the English language arts side. We've had educators across the state participating because it was our opportunity to build a next generation assessment that we just couldn't do on our own. There just would not be funding from state funds to be able to do that. So we're not in it because, we're curious as to whether it's a good test or not. We're in it because we're trying to build a good test. But nonetheless, we felt it's important to take the 2 years to try it out and get that feedback from our districts as we do that.
Something?
Just a very
Karen?
quick comment. It was very helpful to hear from a district's point of view, the inside of the park administration. I thought your comments about teachers, and it was just very real. And your comments about teachers adapting and the kids adapting and the problems that you might have had with Pearson was very, very instructive, and I appreciate your coming in.
Thank you. While you're here, at the last meeting, and representing the secretary, Jim's here as well, raised concerns and questions about testing. How many tests are being given at districts, what they're for, how much pretest is going on. And I understand that you have a survey out where the results are back from that survey, and you have an RFP out, as I understand, to do a much deeper dive into really about these tests. So I just raise it because we're trying to balance here.
Yep.
I think it's a concern we've all raised is, what's the reality as opposed to the myth or hype about testing and who's mandating what. So can we expect in November to have some information?
Yeah, I believe in your packets is the quick
that one, yes.
results of the quick survey we did. But yes, we are hoping to come back in November with a deeper discussion on that topic.
And the results of the RFP, as I understand, that we're taking somebody to do a deeper dive so we can get accurate information as opposed to rumor or anecdotes about what's really going on. We can expect to see in February or January or February. Would that be fair?
Sometime in that time frame,
That's
yes.
what I meant, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.